Hey, welcome in, Maestro. Nice to see you. Long time no stream. I've been either busy or the few times I had time to stream lately. I've been kind of unfortunate with my internet, which I'm sure as a German person you can relate to. But yeah, usually right away I have a question for you, Maestro. Cause you did this. It's literally coming right there. And I need your help. Have you played with RVT, the Rail Vehicle Tuner, or however it's called, from StarQ a bit more? Because if so, I would love to get this in a little different. I think it's beautiful, but I don't want as many engines as I have here. I just duplicated it for now. Yeah, okay, curious. But I would like this because the train is beautiful. I love this. But I would like it to be either just a single part or probably. Yeah, I want passenger cars for sure. I think if I'm looking at this again, forgive me, I know nothing about trains, so I'm probably gonna say something silly here. But I would want the train to be pretty much as long as this, but I would want these two to be or passenger cars instead. I'm so shit at using RVT though that I'm never sure. But let's try together. The one we want to start with is the 1x2, because that's the one without pantograph, right? This is the one, I think. Oh, no, it's this one. I'm being silly. We have it right here. I already made a config for that. And you see, I've done nothing besides saying carriage sets 4 to 6. Now, how do we manage to put this correctly? We want to add a carriage, I guess. And now we want to find your. Hold on, you actually told me. The 4 to 4. One of these, I guess. Generic regional train. This is the engine car, and we want a. Hi, welcome in Gaga, and congratulations on finally. Oh, the stream. Okay, never mind. This is the pantograph car. This is not what I want because I don't want a pantograph. But yes, congratulations, Gaga, on releasing your cactus. I'm not gonna throw any shame at any other one making mods lately, but I'm gonna say as much as the cactus is my favorite mod that has been released lately. So by the number you're giving me, it will be this one, but then it has a pantograph, right? Because preferably I would like it to not have that. But I guess the passenger cars all have the pantograph. Yeah, 4, 3, 4. Should it not be right here then? Am I being silly? Looks like they're all. Oh, here it is. Okay. Shame on me for being so blind and silly. Thank you for walking me through this. I guess this is the one you want me to take. And instead of putting this to 4 to 6, See, what I don't understand is how I make sure that these go in the middle. I guess they go in the middle automatically. But I want this to be like 2 or 4 maybe. And then obviously we want to lower this and put it to also 2 and 4, I guess. Then we should keep the same length. I am too unexperienced with RVT to know what I'm doing here. And welcome in, Rookie. Nice to see you. And congratulations to you winning multiple competitions lately with your amazing roller coaster build. I have to say, very cute roller coaster, though I hope we actually get proper roller coasters eventually. Yes, but then they should go in the middle. We will just see. It's going to take us a moment because this one is going to keep running on the route, but then eventually, when it goes to maintenance, it should replace to the other model. So let's see, the next time we see this train, we're gonna have a look at it if it changed correctly, and if I did that fine, I should probably figure that out off stream. And now comes the other question, because I have not even had time to look at that yet. You also said you added a diesel version of your, now I cannot remember the name of it, which is embarrassing, but of this beautiful thingy here. Why can I not recall that name? I'm being silly right now. Something with team. Talent. There we go. Okay. Yes, talent too. Exactly. And I believe you said you added a diesel only version. So obviously we also want to use that. Now I have to figure the right line, which this is not the right line. Give me a moment. I don't often deal with my lines. This is my Astro line, so it's not that. It has to be either this. Okay, obviously it's the last option I'm choosing. This is the one. 1 by 5 diesel. Okay, then we're gonna look in by here. Generic multi-use. Is this the? This is not the diesel. It's so. I hate the way these get ordered. Diesel train here. And that's even the same config. I like that. So it should be exactly like the one we have now, but fitting. Okay, I think we did it. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it. And I'm gonna have to show you guys a little around. Because while I've been streaming very little lately, I did manage to play off stream a bit. And our favela has actually heavily taken shape, I think. There is complete detailing to do, but I do think this side is actually starting to look out very cute. We're gonna turn this into some kind of market. And with this, I'm not entirely sure. We will have to, I give this a start, but we will have to dive into this cuter. I want to make sure why the favela is not continuing here, right? I want this to be, we're in the desert. It's not a wetland, but I want this to obviously become a bit wet when it rains a lot and be like run through a bit like a dry riverbed, I guess, that then becomes non-dry when there is heavy rain. So we have a good excuse for not continuing up here with the favela. Because here in this side, I think I managed to give this fairly appropriate ending. I think this works out quite well. Probably gonna get a bit heavier here in vegetation as well. And then with this, you guys are welcome to call me out. I might have lost my mind a little with what we're doing here. I don't know why I decided we need some fishing beachfront diorama up here, but I decided we do. I quite like it. Does it fit into our build? Does it make sense? Not really. Can we get away with it? I think yes, but you guys are my hardest judges or my harshest judges. So Feel welcome to call me out if this is too much. I personally cannot decide. And welcome in Obelix. Nice to see you, cutie. Obelix has done very cute builds lately and reposted the same hill about 500 times by now, which I have to admit, your hill build is absolutely beautiful. So I get why you're so excited to keep posting it. But yes, the pathing otherwise is pretty much done. I went through all of these, and all of this is properly connected yet. I went in and took one of the bigger buildings, which I thought were too big, but I wanted to have a bit more dynamic in this. So we went ahead and placed this, and I do think it works pretty well by now, the way we built it in. And with all of these cute staircases, I actually went ahead. Hold on. Big boulder jumping out of nowhere. You, sir, are not supposed to be where you are. But I am very proud of this. Obviously, there is cleanup to do still. This is not perfect, but the pathing itself is pretty fine. And it keeps doing that all the way. We also here we probably still have to add staircases, but it keeps being this way. We can get through everywhere. We have this small. It's only Z fighting because I have my mouse on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't do that. But we have this small court here because whoever lives here, nobody owns this yet. But I'm gonna say as much as this person is probably some kind of crime overlord in my city whoever lives here, and obviously they have the perfect view on this inner yard, pretty much the perfect view on everything up here. And then this is the ending where we have this second pass through here with a staircase, and it actually connects to the other side. I very much think I nailed this vibe of these small passes through it. Because, guys, look at this. Like, then we
I
get
am
to this
moving in, boy.
staircase and we go through here. And not even that, we have some small terraces in here and other passes to the side. I am wholeheartedly starting to like this build. It's gonna be a while till I actually fully am happy with this. But but the only area that we're fully missing is this. Because here's a last staircase that I would like to build in a bit more smoother, and then we have to work out this small area and find a nice ending towards here. And then we can finally detail. We're gonna dive in and also detail a little today, because I have not played much and I especially not detailed much. But I'm very happy with how this is taking shape, and I think we're slowly getting there. This is one of the areas I've worked out a bit more. A lot of what we need to do is not very interesting, but placing this like overgrown vegetation to get it a bit more alive, and then a lot of sims. And welcome in Urban, and welcome in Obelix, and welcome in Metzger. Nice to see all of you cuties. I hope you had a wonderful holiday, Metzger. The images you sent in my Discord look beautiful. So, looked like you did. But yeah, nice to see you're blasting the game again. Also, sorry that I've been bugging you because I've been bickering at Metzger to take his beautiful entrance set that we built this amphitheater with here to update it to not need APM anymore. Cause I'm down to only two two APM packs. Very soon I actually will have a playset that's acceptable and I am able to share because I know that I sometimes get asked for my playset. I do think my playset is very nice and I would like to share it by now, but I don't want any old APM stuff in there, so we have to get rid of this. And then, as a very last thing, the only other thing I have to get rid of is this bus station, which I'm gonna make a local copy of that in the editor and just fix this up myself because Washi is not gonna return anymore. So this I definitely will have to manually replace. But if we get rid of those two last things, we're finally APM free and we can finally share a playset, which wholeheartedly, I know my playset is huge. My game is running beautiful and stable, and I have a lot less issues than most people. So I feel fairly confident in my playset. So I would really like to go ahead and share it. And as a last thing before we fully dive into detailing, I guess you guys can tell that I made a little progress over here. I worked out this beautiful area over here, which is gonna be available. None of this is fully detailed, but I do think the vibe of this works great. And this part we had here already before. Again, all of this needs some proper detailing, but I always care about the areas coming together before I fully dive in and detail. And I'm very happy how this worked out. I was not happy with this before. I went in and used this beautiful school asset. This guy has made two different, incredibly beautiful looking schools. I'm sure you guys have seen those yourself. I love this one. I think it fits here absolutely fabulous. And not only are we using this beautiful school, we combined this with one of my favorite assets lately, and it's this park. This park is absolutely stunning and I think beautiful. I'm sure welcome in Honu. I'm sure Honu will appreciate this park a lot. And talking of Honu, I'm sure especially people who are paying more attention to City Skylines can see that my hovers are really pretty. If anybody is wondering why my hovers are so pretty and we can suddenly see so much in our build, this is the answer. Absolute goated mod that Honu has been working on for a long time and finally finished. It's beautiful. It has different presets. I don't think I will ever have to set anything manually. I love the second preset, so I lock this in. I don't think I will ever change this because I love the colors. It's so much better. Together, together with this mod, that was the last mod of Honu, City Watchdog, it's so beautiful because guys, look at how much we can see suddenly. Look at how clean our screen is compared to before. I'm a giant fan of this and I love it. So this has brought me a lot of enjoyment. And I started building out these few houses here. This is gonna be Maestros and this is gonna be Davas. If there is other train fanatics, I decided this neighborhood is gonna be a train fanatic neighborhood. That's why all of these have the direct look on top of the depot. It's beautiful. Yeah, it City Watchdog is amazing because, for example, these two buildings I don't want to deal with yet. Hold on, give me one moment. The song is a bit stressy, so I'm gonna skip that real quick. But these two buildings, I don't want to fix them up yet. If I don't want to be annoyed of these waiting for a Hearst notification, I can just go in here. I can open the healthcare menu and I turn this off and it's gone, which is beautiful. I think for me, the most relevant is exactly the one that Honu herself has just mentioned. Because if I turn this one on, my city looks a whole lot worse because I don't know if it's a balancing problem in my city. I feel like this is a game problem because anybody who I watch always has this. I just toggle it off and I'm done with it. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, I guess it also does this. I have to admit I don't really care about these as I'm an unlimited money player. So for me these are not that relevant. I think for many other people these will be very appreciated and relevant. For me, they aren't. For me, it's mainly the customers and a lot of electricity collection or connections and such. It's amazing to be able to just toggle these annoying notifications off, especially while streaming. So, yeah, again, these two mods, I'm very excited for them because it makes the entire game a lot more clean and enjoyable. So, big fan. And yes, as you guys can see, most of this area, at least this part up here, I'm very happy with, and I think it's slowly starting to take shape. Again, a lot of detailing to be done, but we finally are able to use this cute church, which the guy actually went back. Gaga is gonna like this. Initially, this was not recolorable, and it was incredibly white, but he went back and allowed recoloring. So now you can make this at least a bit less bright than the sun and is beautiful. So, yeah, very nice update. We're using that as well. In general, I have to admit there's been so many good assets lately that I surely forget to mention some. One of the big changes you guys are immediately going to be able to see are all of these nice cars. They are all ported from CS1, so not CS2 exclusive cars. But the quality of these is fabulous for just being ported over. I absolutely love those, especially since we have so little good custom vehicles. Anything is appreciated. Not what I meant, Poplar. Fair you point this out, because I did word this a bit difficult, I guess, but absolutely not what I was trying to say. And here we're gonna have to, this is gonna be a very finicky place. Maybe we should actually not dive into this right away, but start detailing a little, because that's gonna be more fun. Because the other part of what we have to do is place a lot of buildings, and especially since it's the last part, it's gonna be really finicky and difficult to get those in correctly. So I think to get this entire thing a bit more in shape, we're gonna go in and start placing a few people. So finally our favela becomes a bit more alive. I still have to admit that they changed the LODs of the citizens a while ago. I don't think they did a great job with this. I understand why. I understand these are fairly performance heavy, but it happened so early and their clothes just all looked ripped and broken and unclean. I'm gonna have to say, not loving it. I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, but the Sims especially looked a lot better in her past. Nowadays, many of them look very broken. So the truth is, Metzger, it's about a 50-50. Everything that is close to road is functional. So all of these with road assets are functional. And then what I do is everywhere where I have direct access to the layer behind it, they are also used. This, for example, is in use. This is in use. And I think even, yeah, see, even this is in use. We just seen people go in there. So I try to get movement in there as deep as I can, but obviously up here I have no way of bringing people here. As much as I would like to, with our current game logic, I don't have any way of bringing proper people up in the further areas or somewhere back here. So not entirely, but most of it. There is one thing, not really, not really, but I'm gonna show you what the one thing is that everybody is struggling with when they use Sims the first time, and it's the following. You plop down different sims, right? Preferably not just the same one. And now you go in and you want to delete them, and you obviously click on remove objects and sims because that's what you would expect. And then you click and you can't delete them. And you're going to wonder how you're going to get rid of them. Don't panic. Just turn it into radius selection. I don't know technically why this is a thing, but you can only delete the sims with radius selection. That is probably the one thing that everybody who's working with those, when they start using them initially, is struggling with. So that, I guess, is the one thing. Otherwise, I would say not really anything you need to pay attention to, because these work pretty flawless. Oh, actually, I take it back. There is one other thing you need to pay attention to. And I advise everybody to not use. Which one are they? Yeah, actually, the swimming idol. These two ones, they work fine. You can place them fine. And welcome in, princess. But yes, you can place them fine, and they will be where they are. And then you reload the game the next time, and they will be somewhere else. I used to use them, and every once in a while I see Sims flying in midair. Like I was fixing up some things in my bus network here, I think, lately, and I just had a person floating midair somewhere here. Sully is aware of this. It's not something he can fix. I think he should remove those sims in future as they are not really working. But yes, beside the deleting and not using the swim idle animations, you're perfectly fine. And if you like flying sims in mid-air, then also feel free to use the swimming idle one. Yes, it's Taiko. I love Taiko as well. Though I have to admit, I've been on a festival years ago where Taiko was playing live, and I went mainly to that festival because of Taiko, because I'm a big Taiko fan. It's not good concert music. If the audio setting is not balanced out really well, it is not music that works well. I did not feel like that in the past, but yeah, after having been at that concert, I can tell you not a good idea. I mean, again, I was gonna say in Los Vagos, nothing bad about people flying around in midair. I can totally get away with it, but then I would argue that probably most people prefer not to have flying people in midair. With this staircase, I've been trying already. Maybe somebody has a good idea. Otherwise, I will have to make some custom things. I would like this staircase to be colorful. And when I say colorful, I mean really colorful. So I would like to go in and put all of these with big colors. The issue is, you see these decals are very big, and we will get these small pixels. You can see it here on the left side of the wall, wherever they are going. I'm not a fan of that, so I will probably go in and make a custom decal for the size of these that just has different bold colors. But I would love to get this staircase colorful and not have this just the way it is right now. But that's future music. Gonna take us a while to get anywhere close to that. Has anybody already tried the new Anarchy beta version? I know Yen pushed an update to Anarchy that is a temporary beta because he's in holidays, and as much as Yen has an absolute flawless record in his mods, whenever he goes to holidays, he breaks something right before and then is unavailable to fix it. So, having had that happen a few times, I think he decided before going on trips he shouldn't publish proper anymore and he just published unlisted. Please stop moving. Okay, there we go. Because this is a lot of what we're gonna do here. I know this is not the most interesting part, but I put so much effort in this build, and I do think what this favela really needs to feel alive is going in here and actually detailing out many of those small roof terraces and places. All right, Metzger, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate it as always, and I'm glad you're back and playing more cities again. You will have an absolute blast once you will have more time to dive into things, because not all of the assets uploaded are amazing, but I'm gonna have to say the amount of great assets lately has been very nice. Like I've been absolutely enjoying looking at PDX mods. Not sure how you guys feel about that. I guess it's also very region dependent on what you're building and what you're looking for. But especially for Los Vagos, many of the things uploaded are fairly solid. And I missed Obelix said something about how I can make those readable. Yeah, I know. I will do that with parks, but the issue with that is even that will just be limited to those lower areas, right? Because I've never been a fan of invisible passes and staircases. I know it does work and you can get it all right, but I think usually it's not looking great. And as I mainly use those things for screenshots anyway, I would rather have proper well-placed sims than randomly play sims that don't fit so well. Yeah, but I do think your region is probably one of the ones more lacking still. At least, whoops, alarm. This is obviously not what I wanted. Sir, get out of my build. Los Vagos is crazy, but maybe sitting in mid-air on top of the railing is not what we want. The one thing that I find, this is another note for you, Poplar, cause, cause, one thing you will notice with the Sims is you can turn them like everything else in the game, right? Now comes the thing, if you have snapping on and you go on top of something, I cannot spin this anymore. It's infuriating. It's annoying. I hate this change. I don't know why this change. It used to be different than this. You have to go down on the ground level and then you can turn it. Why this is, don't ask me. But it makes something like placing sims in areas like this pretty annoying because you will always have to go down to the ground level, move it in the correct position, and then place it down. And in the past, we used to be able to also turn them while they were up, but that's not a thing anymore. Why that's not a thing anymore, I don't know. And yes, Poplar, please post screenshots. I love cute builds. I always can't get enough of them. If you feel comfortable sharing them publicly, please share them in my Discord. If you don't want to spoil or something, because you want to turn it into video or something alike, I understand. My DMs obviously are open as well. But I'm sure other people would very much enjoy your build too. And my Discord is fairly small, so it's not like you're spoiling much. Yeah. It's literally that. Like if you're not on terrain, it gets a bit annoying. I also think that for a while they were trying to find a fix for this, but I guess since nothing ever came out of it, this is not really fixable. So we will have to live with it the way it is right now, which I'm gonna say I'm not loving it, but whatever. But I do think that this is exactly what this area needs. Like we need loads of people up here and actually get action in. I will probably even like go around and place people on the roofs. And I would like to go in and do what we started in some of the areas. I think especially here, for example. And I want to get those staircases up in some of the roofs because some of these roofs are clearly very easy to get from one to the other and actually are dependent on the axis. And I think it's really cute to add in those small little actual passes, right? Where you can go up here and you can go up and down here. So again, I know some of you are probably already bored by this because we've been working on this favela for a while already. Be warned, we're not done anytime soon because I really want to have this maybe be my best build ever. The only build I think I did in the past that might be able to be a challenge to this is the mine we built back here. Currently, this is the favorite build of mine that I ever did. Is this entire area here with a mine and a quarry, and then this abandoned, not really abandoned, but this dying gold rush town here next to it with the abandoned mine over here. I do think this is the best build I ever done and probably ever will do. But the favela is the first build in a long, long time that I think might be able to rival it to some degree. So yeah, we're gonna take our sweet time on building this out. If anybody has good ideas on what to add into the favela build, please don't hold back with ideas. I'm super happy to get nice inspiration. And welcome in, Brucey. Nice to see you, mate. How is your asset journey going? I recall you've been saying you want to take a break of code modding and spend more time on making assets and dive into Blender. How is that journey going? How are you enjoying it so far? Or are you already annoyed of assets and want back to code modding? Oh, I mean, to be honest, as much as I understand that you don't only and always want to do code mods, obviously, as somebody who is looking forward to many of your current mods getting out of early alpha or beta, I'm not sad to hear this, to be honest, which I don't mean this in a mean way, but I think especially with code mods, it's great if they're like in constant development. Doesn't always need new features or something, but if there's bugs, then yeah, makes sense you're going ahead on fixing them. And Grey Noise has been calling me out lately for not using any keybinds for Move It. And I have to admit, he's perfectly right to call me out on this. I will really need to start using more keybinds because I could be a lot quicker at many of the things for detailing if I would not do everything with my mouse like a 80-year-old-year-old person. But I don't know. I have two brain cells, so far I've not managed to get those shortcuts in properly. And what are those outstanding issues with Node controller? What is your current issue? Because I have to admit, I decided a while ago that I'm not gonna try any early alpha or beta mods, at least not permanently in my playset, because I care about this save a lot. So I've tried Node controller, but I'm not currently using it anymore. The up and down one, I don't even know what control H is. The ones I would need a lot are these two object keys and rotate in place are the two that I use a lot. I don't know the keybind for either of them. Is it full release already? I'm sorry, Brucey, I must have missed that then. Then I will go ahead after stream and do download it. But especially with Node stuff, I'm scared because I nearly lost my very first city I ever worked on to anarchy node issues. So anything that involves node manipulation slightly scares me. And welcome in, Riza. Talking of Riza, Riza actually put some packs out that we're definitely gonna use today. One specific that I'm looking forward to using today. In fact, I already started using some Riza assets, but is nowhere near done. But look at these cute lounge chairs and table and a cute pillow. And welcome in, Polly.
That's cute.
But yes, these are some very nice Riz assets. I highly recommend everybody. And then the one I'm very excited about is the one where you added
Vola time.
DJ. Oh, Gaga, I forgot. You redeemed a property claim earlier that I completely slipped out of my mind. You want to have this tower, is that correct? I have a feeling that this is what Gaga is gonna take over. I love it. I'm gonna check it out after stream. I know that's a
I
me
wish
issue,
we
but
had
my
a
computer
cactus.
is so shit that I tend to not
Place an
usually.
electricity box.
No, not again. Please, no. But yes, we have cactus, Brucey. No more need to wish for cactus. And by now, this is actually released. So wonderful. Okay, Brucey gets his electricity boxes. I hope is gonna be a few less electricity boxes than you redeem. I'm not a Twitch person either, but in the next to the checkbox, it should be something like that. It's like for being in chat, you get any kind of currency, and you should have that somewhere next to your checkbox to redeem, I believe. And welcome in, Ron, as well. Enjoy your lurk, but thanks for tuning in. Electricity box number 1, and we will need a second one. We have electricity boxes here ready. We don't. So I'm gonna go ahead and place some here. And eventually, if my
Place
chat
an electricity
keeps
box.
misbehaving as much with the electricity boxes as they've been in last streams, I already have made a plan how to deal with you
Place an
guys.
electricity box.
Okay, it's starting again. It's not a problem. I'm gonna start building an electricity box company or factory, and you guys can redeem as many as you want, because I'm gonna keep placing them down next to the electricity box company. You guys think you can outbully me? I'm absolutely
Place
prepared
an electricity box.
to fight back. But I guess it's time to go back and place electricity boxes, which I'm not gonna say damn
Place an
it, you
electricity
guys, but
box.
oh god, what have I done? What have I done? And this time I don't even have star Q here for counting for me. So I will have to keep track of the number while reading chat, which is not super easy for me. But I'm gonna try my best. And welcome in
Place an
Picana.
electricity box.
Okay, that's two more. I'm just gonna try to keep counting right away so I don't mess up. Two more open if I didn't mess up. One more open. But hold on, holy shit, by now in this build, no matter where I go, we have electricity boxes. It does not, yeah, see, I was gonna say here one would fit, but obviously there is one already. There is one already. We just have electricity boxes everywhere, like wholeheartedly everywhere. But again, if this keeps
I wish
happening,
we had a cactus.
I'm just gonna build a. Whoopsala, why did I turn that? But I'm gonna build an electricity box company and I'm gonna become unbullyable. There we go. I think I've done it. If I didn't miss any, if I miss any, please feel free to
Place
call
an
me out.
electricity box.
Also, damn you, Obelix.
I wish we had a cactus.
We don't need to wish for the cactus anymore. It's absolutely not a problem anymore, because thanks to our amazing moderator, Gaga, well, he's not a great moderator, he's an amazing asset creator and Cities Skylines player, and a horrible moderator. I hope I'm back. Sorry for that. As I've been saying lately, my internet has been absolute dog. I think I just timed out for a moment. I think I should be back now. I think I'm back now. I'm sorry for that, but
Place an
yeah,
electricity box.
okay. I need to keep track. I redeemed that. I did that. Bowler time is 4 open now. Electricity box is one. Nah, it's just German internet, Poplar. You guys are innocent for once, even though you're all evil human beings for bullying me. But you guys are innocent. It was my own internet. In fact, I was a bit freaked out. The only reason I realized that my internet died is because it kept playing Bowler time, the sound over and over. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, actually we have to, but I need to get through this because I will forget, and I care about actually being honest with my redeems. So before we check out the trains again, I'm gonna find some place where we need bollards, which probably somewhere in our downtown. Actually, I know where we need bollards. This is where we definitely need bollards. And I don't understand why the difference, I mean, this is fine actually, but the distances are very different depending on the bollards. And if I stick by my own rules that I made the last time, I said one bollard time is only per a single lot, so this was only a single bollard time. 3 more to go, if I am correct. Eventually, I will need to play more off stream, so I actually have enough places to put stuff in. Damn it, there is bollards everywhere already. I do other things than placing bollards and placing rocks sometimes. I know, hard to believe, and it doesn't happen very often. But yes, sometimes I actually do things that are not just placing rocks or placing bollards. Game, 2 down, 2 more to go. Which transparent icons? You have to. This is called. It's a mod by Lucor. I think it's called Better Dev Menu. Did we just have a train despawn here? We just had a train despawn. Why it despawned, I don't know, but we can at least look at this non-pantograph version of this tile. I love it, Maestro. This is absolutely beautiful. It's one of our first trains without pantograph, so soon we're gonna get it. Lovely. Now I only need to find the other one. But yeah, we just had a train despawn here, which shouldn't happen. I thought the other one you meant, but I mentioned that one right when the stream started, and I will drink in a moment, Amy. Also, welcome in. I just don't want to forget about the bollard time, so I'm gonna go through and actually place all of the bollards, and then, hold on, it should be behind the food truck, not in front of it. Then I'm gonna drink something nice. Yeah, my Astro trains, absolutely stunning. I know this is a me issue. I personally would wish Maestro would do a bit more US trains, because I'm in a US build, but then Maestro cannot make all of the trains just by himself, so I fear it's time for somebody else to step up and make beautiful US trains instead. Because, for example, your ECE, I would say, is beautiful, but your ECE is not, is sadly not gonna fit in Los Vagos. I doubt it. It depends on how you work out your generic version, but even a generic ECE, I don't think will fit very well into my build. All right, I think I did bowler time. And what do you mean with and then cactus? Because at least so far, I've never placed cactuses on the cactus redeem. So I'm not sure if we ever change that, but the cactus sound is about to get yeeted anyways. Because we have a cactus now. There is no need for hoping for cactus anymore. But yes, the other mod, because it was not everybody here right now, the other 2 mods I've been calling out at the start of the stream are these. And this is probably my favorite mod, code mod in recent time that we've gotten. And it's hover color. Honu made this mod and it's beautiful. It means instead of, I'm gonna show it to you guys. This is default game behavior. It looks horrible. You can never see what you're doing. And I personally absolutely despise this blue outline. You can also set your own things. I love the second preset, and it does this. You still get the right
But
information.
see,
You
I'm legally
still
blind.
see where stuff is marked, but it's not as obnoxious, and it makes it a lot easier to line up things and place things. And then in combination with that, but I think most people are aware of City Watchdog, which allows you to hide notifications if you don't want to deal with them in the moment. It makes the game a lot prettier. So highly recommend everybody to check out those two mods as well. But yes, the top buttons I don't even realize anymore. Also very, very nice. And one of the things I wanted to do today, I didn't plan on doing it already, but we might as well, is checking out the new Riza pack. Riza, since you're here, maybe you want to help me and tell me in which category I'm looking for your DJ pult and your never mind, I said nothing. It is right here in front of us already. This I'm very much looking forward to. How we're gonna put this here, I don't know yet, but I definitely want there to be a rooftop party up here. So we're gonna go ahead. Maybe we should even give it a small stage. I guess in something like this, there would actually be some kind of small stage. What can we use for a stage? Yeah, I mean, your cactus obviously is here already. I placed that right away on the start because we definitely need a proper cactus here. Can we not even get away with something? Does it have something in the bottom? It does. Because we have the patio, but the patio is too big for what I want. I think we're gonna cheat and just use tables. Because I don't want this to be a very high stage or a professional stage. This, honestly, is probably what we need. I'm gonna go ahead and line up a few of these here next to each other. I don't like the stage we have in game. I want something. I don't want this to be a professional rave, right? I want this to be self-made and a like rooftop party, but not a professional setup rave. Did I not just see it in the residential menu already? Which menu was I in? I guess not the residential one. I am actually legally blind. There is a reason why that's a sound. Because how do I? We just had it. Okay, never mind. There we go. This, I have to admit, I already looked at this. This is gonna be find a place later in future, but it's a lot too much for what I want to do here. Here, I just want this to be a proper roof rave. So we are gonna just use the basic things. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna rename Brucey to be Brucey again in my Discord. Because by now we're getting a few more people, and I more and more notice that people are confused by you and Gaga sharing the same name. So I already don't see it anymore, but then eventually I'm gonna rename Brucey in my Discord to actually be the amazing Brucey he is. Yeah, Brucey is Gaga, of course. Now hold on. You do make a point. Maybe it's the same person. Maybe Brucey is just Gaga's alt account or the other way around. And this is all a big con we've been falling for. Okay, now we have to find somebody who looks like a. Honestly, this guy looks like a DJ, doesn't he? I think this gentleman looks like a DJ. We are gonna go ahead and place this gentleman right here. And then, of course, he needs some groupies. Again, this is what I told to Poplar earlier. We cannot turn the sims while we're up here. So this is going to be a bit infuriating because we always need to come down to ground level, then turn the person, and then we can go back up to actually place them. Which I'm going to say I'm not loving it, but it is what it is. We used to be able to. That broke, don't let me lie, but I think with bridges and ports, or even before bridges and ports. But when these came out, these sims, that was absolutely not a problem. Well, see, Brucey, I perfectly fine know, but everybody who has not been in the Discord when that happened will not know. And maybe if people want to tell you something and they cannot find you, it is confusing to them. I have never cared. In my opinion, everybody should change names however much they want. I guess so. I think there have been a few times already where people pinged you instead of Gaga in my Discord on accident. I mean, I agree, Honu, it very much is, but I think you will find a few other violations. For example, maybe they should have a railing. And if we would be in any city that wouldn't be Los Vagos, I would say we're gonna go ahead and put a railing. But then this is Los Vagos, no risk, no fun. If people wanna fall, they are free to do so. I wish we had, but out of all of these, we don't really have somebody who is in a bit of a ravey. Oh, actually, hold on. Dancing. How are they dancing? Is this a rave fitted dance? Uh-huh. Honestly, that's perfect. I was gonna say maybe we need to replace, but knowing most raves, sadly many people just stand around and don't move. But we're definitely gonna go in here and place a lot of dancing sims as well. Yes, of course. I mean, if you looked at the mod, then you would have noticed that all of the screenshots of the cactus are from my build. I've been having that cactus for a few months now, so I'm gonna say as much as I've been a bit privileged with cactus. We do have a cactus, and I am very happy about it. Honu, all complaints about my city need to be directed towards Gaga XM. He's the one who's at fault for everything bad that happened in Los Vagos. He's also at fault for something very nice that happened in Los Vagos, and it's our cactus. But outside of that, all safety concerns, please direct them towards Gaga. I cannot say too much about this, but I'm going to say as much as the times for vegetation are definitely going to get better in future. More than this, I cannot say, but this I feel comfortable enough saying. Gaga, because if maybe this is not an accurate rule in France itself, but if there's anything wrong in Europe, you know what people generally do? They blame it on the French. And since you're the only French person available currently, obviously this is your fault. The issue is, Riza, whenever you say something like this, you have to be careful because Gaga can absolutely ban you. So, meh. Okay. If Gaga has enough of getting blamed, we can blame Scody instead, which also absolutely works. Okay, before we fill up everything with people, obviously we want to also do some proper other detailing. And since we're not using enough result packs up here, we're gonna go ahead and find Riza, who allowed you to put your stuff on top of mine? Clearly, all of your icons should be here, behind my things. Who told you it's okay to put them in front of mine? I have not been asked, and again, be happy that our prison build is not done yet, else this would mean straight to jail. But I guess this time you're gonna get away with it. Only 7? I think you need glasses, Poplar, because this is Los Vagos. I'm sure there is a lot more pressing issues in Los Vagos than only 7 health violations. This is the lounge for people who want to get a bit closer to each other. But yes, I already even put some good decorations here, because something like worrying about safety is not a thing in Los Vagos. If you look at this poster, Poplar, you you would know that again there is no worry in Los Vagos. If you worry about something, then again maybe time for jail. And if anybody is saying that I'm not correct in what I'm saying, I want to show you this poster over here, which clearly states I am never wrong. So sadly, you guys will have to agree with me, even if you don't. Yeah, see, Linda, you just seen I am never wrong. As my cute miss is in chat right now, I'm sure she would whoosh for those claims and absolutely agree that I'm always right. See, as I'm saying, she agreed right away, and it's pretty much without doubt now that I'm always right. And here, we are gonna try something, guys. If this is gonna work out, I don't know, but but we're gonna give this a try at least. Since you guys are also concerned about safety, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. In fact, I think you guys are right to point this out, cause maybe there is somebody falling off the roof here. The problem is that I don't think we can sit people. I don't think we can put people in an angle. I think they're always straight upwards. So we're gonna need to do a bit of science here. One thing that maybe we can do. Yes, I was thinking on the bottom. You mean? I was actually thinking probably this will look very silly and we will have to get rid of this. But what about this? Okay, I guess people usually enjoy it a bit less if they're falling. This person looks a bit mean. Maybe she's suicidal and happy about what is happening here. But I fear this looks a bit too happy and relaxed. So I think probably Gaga's idea is the better one. Actually, we want to make the radius smaller so we don't accidentally delete other citizens. If we're following Gaga's advice, we will actually have to move this a little because it should be somewhere down here. So we're gonna go ahead and take all of these and move it over a little. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's what the Instagram generation has brought us to. People are posing for everything they can, and if they fall off somewhere, who says that's not a good reason to still be posing? I fear we're gonna have the same issue with people lying here on the ground. They will kind of be like posing, but what can we do? I guess this is roughly where they should be. I'm not loving it, but it's not horrible. If we would have different poses, I would obviously prefer, but we don't, so this is what we have to work with. And usually, obviously, we would have kind of ambulance and something right away, but then it's in a favela. Police is not really allowed in here. So I guess we will just have to put a bunch of people staring and looking without anybody helping instead. I did not plan on this. This got a lot darker than it was supposed to be. As always, I will blame. Well, hold on. We will not blame Gaga anymore. We will blame Scody instead. So clearly, this has all been Scody's fault, and I am, as always, innocent. Okay, there we go. Fine enough. I guess the chair should actually be. Mm, this is not really logical because obviously if he's at the bottom already, the chair would not be up there anymore. But do we care about logic? I do think this looks more interesting than the chair falling mid-air. What do you think about this? Maybe what we should do is get the chair mid-air somewhere. And a person just fell quicker. I mean, at least he has something to look forward to. Because not only did he just fall off the building, but he will also get hit by a chair in a moment. So I guess at least something nice is waiting for him. But yes, this is gonna be a lot of what we're doing today. I mean, honestly, nowadays this seems somewhat somewhat realistic. It's always one of the things I'm very annoyed by because I think it's very important to be helpful and kind while you're in public spaces. The amount of people helping when somebody fell or were willing to help somebody carry up their child buggy or something like that. I am always a bit disappointed when I see how little helpful many people are. Indeed, bonus chair bonk is gonna be an enjoyable one. And now comes a difficult question. Maybe we can manage to actually have some people lying on top of these. They always turn the wrong way around. I already know that, so we should place her this way. Not the best, but we can just cheat and do this. That kinda works, I think. And now the question is, can we also manage this? It's so annoying that we can't turn them while being risen. Always having to go down to ground level. I'm not a fan of it. But yes, this actually works fairly fine. And every good rave needs people who are exhausted sitting at the side, so I like this. Oh, the turning drives me crazy. Maybe we need to inquire about this again, because why is this only happening to the Sims? Why can we place everything else fine and turn it while being up here? But then for the Sims, it's being an issue. I never understood this. But I'm gonna say, as much as I'm not a fan of. I mean, to be honest, while yes, we will try to make this a bit trashy as well. I always said this since the start, and I do mean it. I do want this to be nice, right? I want everything in this build to not be shitty to live in. So I hope we can turn these into a cute and nice favela. I mean, if anybody says this is not a nice favela, then I will go up here and present this area, because this is also part of the favela. You need to know about it and you need to know where to go. But the locals, they have this up here. Sure, some people put some weird stuff in it. I'm not sure if I would swim in it. Questionable. I'm not sure what this is or where it's coming from. But I would probably not want to swim in here, but then to each their own, I guess. I mean, I don't think it's the best advice to go by watercolor, because I know that we have some bodies of water in Hamburg that look very nice, but are absolutely not advised to be swum in. So difficult. There we go. I actually think this area here looks very nice with the people relaxing and calming down a bit. What else can we fit in the rave? What do we really still need here? Some kind of bar would be nice, but how we don't really have anything for bottles, do we? Have a quick look at these. I don't think we can properly pull off a bar with what we have. Maybe some of these. Can find one of these that looks a bit bar-like, then I think that would work. This is empty. This is clearly fruit. Oh, this is perfect. Well, perfect is a bit too generous, but this is as good as what we will get. There is, actually, there absolutely is. Our river, for example, the Elbe, is fairly clear in Hamburg, but I would absolutely not want to swim in there. Especially after having done multiple trips as a kid in the Netherlands and not being aware of that many of the boats, especially older ones, quite literally just dump the stuff from the toilet right into the water. So if you're swimming in an area with many older houseboats, you can be fairly sure that you're swimming close to things you don't want to swim close to. And have a nice evening, Reese. Wait, as a very last thing, Reese, before you leave, if you have not left already, I have a wish. I think I told you this. Maybe Riza is gone already. I'm gonna say it anyways. These are too bright. I tried recoloring them. It gets a bit better. This one is a recolored version. But I wish the defaults of these would be a little less neon-y in your face. What on God's earth? Guys? Guys? What the fuck? I've never seen these before. These are actually dancing very nicely to the beat. But why? Yes, you see dancing balls. Oh, they stopped. Oh, they start again. I'm not. We're gonna. Now they're down. I do think I know why this happens. Because there is some props that do the same. I always, for example, if we take the basketball, hold on, I will show you guys something because this has made me crazy in the past. There is two basketballs. There is one that Jay made that is perfectly fine that we're always using, and then there is a vanilla basketball. And if you place this basketball somewhere, you can already see that this is acting a little weird. Gonna place it in the air so we can definitely manage to get it back again. Every time we get close to it, it moves. I don't know why this is a thing. This got changed in the game a while ago. And when I seen that these are finally vanilla, I was so happy because it means we don't have to use the custom version of those all the time anymore. Or so I thought, because they do this. And I've seen a few people who use this in assets as well. And then, yes, you absolutely get the same result in the assets, and they keep dancing back and forth. I guess that's the same with these. Now they're not. I don't know what. Now they disappeared. Okay. We're not gonna investigate this anymore. Crazy. Actually crazy. I've never seen that before. I know that again that happens with a basketball, but these other items just jumping back and forth. Holy, what the heck? And here we're gonna put a nice line of people going to the bar. And then I think as a first starter, this should already be fine for the rooftop party. But yes, it needs to be a real rave bar experience, which means you will be waiting for a long, long time. And I don't know if this is a me problem. I have a very special talent, and it's not a talent that one wants to have. If I would go to this bar here, even if I'm standing here, the barkeeper will always take somebody before me. I don't know why. I think I'm too polite to demand attention or scream for something. But god damn it, my miss can vouch for this. I have spent hours waiting at the bar before till I finally am able to get a drink. And here I think maybe we can do a cute detail. We're gonna have to see if this fits. Is never a me problem. This obviously is absolutely false. Damn it, the blankets are bigger than the table. I wish we could have taken some of the bottles or drinks. I mean, what we can do is use this in other areas to place a bit of drinks and glasses around. I guess that's being called a dude, but Poplar, you do make a good point, and yes, I'm tempted to agree with you. But I'm gonna have to say other guys are better at it than I am. Like even for a guy, I'm doing an especially bad job at it, which I'm not sure I should be proud of it, but it is what it is, I guess. I will just have to accept it. And this is too much. Yeah, no, this get cut too much. Sad. I was hoping we can find one with more cans, but then I don't like the cooler much. And then the cans are half in the ground. I don't like it. We're gonna keep it the way it is. And if anybody has a good idea for what we could fit here otherwise, gladly scream so. But I think the last thing I want up there are these. And they're a lot too high right now. Also, I think I just poked a person. I didn't. That's nice at least. But so Poplar, you're saying you have the same problem at the bar. That at least makes me feel a bit less salty, but again, I do think many people are doing better at it than me. And I don't like how dark that is, so I'm gonna take this. I've noticed this before and I don't understand. This seems to change the color sometimes when you zoom in and out. Why that happens, I don't know. We're just gonna ignore it for now. But yeah, these look a lot nicer when they're not as bright. So we're gonna do the same here as well. Yeah, I guess it is a guy problem. Because I can tell you guys as much, my miss does not have the same problem. Why footballs? I agree that we need a lot of footballs in the favela, but do we need the footballs at the rave? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I would have said no, but honestly, this looks cute. It also scares me because this single
I
roof
wish
has
we had
taken
a
way too
cactus.
too much time. We have a cactus. I need
Place an
to I
electricity
need to
box.
change the sound pocket and welcome in. But this cactus is now on PDX mods, free to use for everybody who want. So no more need for I wish we had a cactus. In fact, I should go ahead and remove the sound because I already have one to replace it. And the electricity box today has not been so bad, but it nearly started again at the start of the stream. I hope we can actually play the game a bit today, but who knows? Maybe it's gonna be another electricity box stream. Though I'm running out of space for electricity boxes by now. Yes, everybody can have a cactus now. Like quite literally, thanks to the amazing Gaga XM,
Place
everybody
an
can go
electricity
on
box.
PDX mods and download their own cactus and use it. And I'm not saying I hate you, Maestro, but I heavily despise you. Maybe I should word it that way because hating is not a nice thing to say, but you know what you're doing. It's very very much noted. And welcome in, Gray. Nice to see you, mate. I have to say, Gray, after having watched you, I am so curious. Maybe one day I will ask you for it, but it's gonna be a bit of work because you bought. I shouldn't say cheap because all graphics cards are expensive, but you bought a fairly entry level graphics card, and your performance looks so much better than mine. I'm not sure if it's because my build is so detailed and overloaded, but I would be so curious how your frames would look in my save. But the problem is my save is very annoying and complicated to send over. So it's the what I'd have to ask of you is probably inappropriate because nobody should put that amount of work into it. Because yeah, your game runs so much better than mine. Like the last time when I was watching you, I was actually, surprised how good your game is running in comparison to mine. And this guy, I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, is this blue props guy. Some of the props he uploaded have been very well modeled and not super tris intense. Others have been absolutely horrible. I am never sure what to think of his stuff, but the market style is 10 out of 10, especially for what we want to do here. Also, I guess we should delete that star cube block. Not the block itself, just the mesh of it. How you said that? How are your FPS without that? If you turn it off and just run in native resolution, is that noticeably worse? And also, what resolution are you playing on? Because you might be playing in 2K. If you're playing in 2K, then that thing is gonna absolutely. Oh, you're also 1080p. Okay, never mind. Like 20? Really? I can barely not believe that, because then my shit GPU is pulling better numbers than that. I am between 20 and 30 FPS, depending on where in our save we are. And I'm not at highest graphic settings anymore, but not super far off. So I'm sure you must be running. You must be running more FPS than that. I think you're probably being overly cautious with that number. Or maybe I'm overly harsh on my GPU and it's actually not as bad as I was thinking it is. Because in any benchmarks, the 5060 Ti is leagues above my card. And again, I'm not super far off of your FPS numbers. One of the things I wish we had so much more of are these different shop racks. I love these, but we have the same 6 different ones since a long time. Just a tad more variation in these would go such a long way to detail markets and areas like this. Yeah, I have to say, for me, the performance has gotten a lot better lately. I heard of other people that say that's not the case for them, but the last patches have been a blessing for me. Like, I had a short time where my FPS were actually questionable, and I was not sure if I could keep streaming with my frames properly. But with last updates, it's gotten a lot better again, and I think I'm perfectly fine streaming with the performance I have. Yeah. I also think Gray has to be wrong on that number. Because again, that is close to the numbers I'm getting, and the GPU you have is so much stronger. Yeah, because I don't even have that, right? So even more so, your numbers have to be better than what you think they are. Like fairly sure you are lowballing your FPS numbers. Maybe not. Then I would be very impressed with my GPU. But I cannot imagine that it's as harsh as you're saying. Honestly, I was so excited for these tents when Sully released them, because this is exactly what I was planning on doing. And without these Sully tents, I think we would have a lot harder time at pulling off a convincing chaotic market than we do now. Here in this, I've been fearing so. We will have to go in and actually manually angle some of these. Is a second streaming PC is probably just your old computer, right? Or are you stealing Jamama's computer while you're streaming? I hate these. I think I'm gonna go ahead and delete those decals here, because yeah, we cannot. This is one of my biggest annoyance in cities for a long time now. Since this decal is very deep, I cannot touch anything there. So if we want to move things, I have to move them up with move it, because there we can filter properly, and then I can move them down again, but infuriating. I really hope we will get a collection for that. Like anything that allows us to just take decals out of the filter would be such a game changer. And welcome in, Data Knaser. Nice to see you, mate. This tent is very questionable in the back. We definitely have to hide this with some stall so you cannot see that it's halfway flying back there. But yes, finally, I think we're gonna go back to also working out some of the missing area we have in a moment. But I really wanted to start detailing a bit as well, because it looks a lot more finished than it actually is. I do think this entire build is gonna become a lot cuter once we go in here and move all of these or detail up all of these things properly. That is not what I wanted. Hold on. So let me choose this. Thank you. And welcome in, Biscotti. Nice to see you. How are you enjoying cities lately? Because Biscotti, at least to my understanding, has dived into cities a bit more lately, and I think is one of the old school CS1 people that did not love cities too initially. But when I was watching you, it seemed like you're at least not having a horrible time. One of the thing I think we definitely want to do here, I like the parking here and I like how close it is, but I want some more separation in there. Well, I'm gonna zoom out in a moment, Data Knaze, because we're in a pretty boring part. The favela is getting there. I am very happy with this build. This is how it looks. The only corner that is pretty much not finished, yes, placing wise, is this. Here we need to finish up the area around these staircases and build out this area properly. But all of the rest is getting there. It's not detailed yet, so there you're gonna see lots of like missing stuff and is a bit unfinished. But I actually managed to do what I wanted to do here all the time. And we have so many different like small passes in here. Hold on, that is not something we want to see. You get your booty out, but yes, we have all of these passes through here, and they continue through the entire favela. Like you can go up here. Then when you're up here, you can, for example, continue up here. Obviously, this is not detailed yet. We should actually probably go ahead and detail this out a bit because it's going to help the build. There is some areas like this where I need to do some hiding of stuff, like this, for example. I don't want to have poking out here, but ignore that. It's not detailed yet, and the terrain in some areas is not perfect yet. But otherwise, we have all of these small, intricate passing through these favelas, and then you actually get see, this is another thing that is definitely not lined up appropriately. This does not seem very safe, But yeah, you can then walk down here, and we literally have like small terraces in the middle. It's getting there. It's been a slow process, but we're slowly getting there. This is one of the few parts that's a little more detailed by now, I guess, at least. And yes, you're perfectly right on pointing that out. We're gonna change this right away, huh? And go ahead and detail this out a bit as well. Yeah, I again, lots of this still needs to be cleaned up a bit because yeah, those stairs do not seem very safe now. But we're getting there eventually. I always wonder these things as well, because one thing where I feel like cities is very needy with is RAM. I do think there is a noticeable difference between DDR5 and DDR4, which usually is not a big difference, but I do feel like in cities it's a massive difference. I don't know why it's so different, but it does feel like everybody with DDR5 has a lot less performance and crashing issues than people on a DDR4 build. Again, if this is correct, absolutely no idea. It's just a gut feeling I have. I mean, yes, I guess so, but the hole is a bit too big. Curious, very curious. I wish they would share more data of those kind of things as well and tell us what's going on. And I'm sure we have enough safety hazards in our build, even if we fix up that single staircase, because there is so many unsafe things in Los Vagos that I don't think we will ever be considered safe. All right, that already looks a lot better. I still think this is a bit boring, so I do think we're gonna go in. I should wait with that. I was gonna say we go in with decals, but I think we should actually wait with the decals and go in with some props first. That's super interesting. How has your performance been in the recent updates, Poplar? Has it? Do you feel like it improved quite a bit for you? Because for me, that's very curious, because I feel like everybody with a very good computer has not really seen much performance gains in these last updates. And I feel especially people like myself with fairly weak and budget computers have seen quite a bit of improvement. My game is running way better than it did a few patches ago. But I also heard from many people who disagreed with me when I said that and said no, for them the performance has been pretty much the same in all of that time. So not sure if I'm just lucky or if my feeling is correct that lately people with worse computers have been the bigger benefiters of these performance updates. And I was thinking we can place this here, but it's a bit too professional for our favela. So I do think we're gonna take that. Something like this is a lot more fitting. But yes, I do actually want there to be a lot of fans and people around here as well. Maybe even place people doing a barbecue or something like that. Anything we can do to bring a lot of life in here. I hate how empty this is so far. And welcome in, Krieger. Nice to see you, mate. Since it's your first time in here, at least from what I can see, feel free to ask for a city tour or anything. I struggle with doing those quite a bit, but I can always try my best. Otherwise, today we are continuing since a few streams now to work on this favela area, which is very slowly taking shape, but I'm a bit of a detail nerd, so this is definitely gonna cost us a bit more time than what we have invested so far. And actually, the table we had earlier was really nice. I think we want to do the same thing up here. Maybe we can get away with... nah, it's a bit too small. Yeah, welcome in. You found your way into a horribly boring stream. I spent the absolute majority of time placing rock bollards or electricity boxes, and I get sidetracked and talk too much. But for some reason, some people still enjoy watching this. Questionable why. But I'm glad you're here, and I hope you at least don't suffer while watching this. My more regular viewers, they are welcome to suffer. I have to admit, this area, that's why I ask about the city tour. This probably gives a bit of a wrong impression. I'm in a US build as well, but my city is a bit of a weird, questionable one in general, I would say. So rules don't really apply in Los Vagos, and I get away with pretty much everything, including building a favela inside of a otherwise very clearly US build. This is all a new area, so forget all of this. There is a lot more ready. This build is a bit over a year old. I actually thought we're close to 1.5 years, but I did see one of my very first screenshots that I ever taken, because this is where our build started in Hillbilly Hill. Let's say it's heavily Arizona inspired. It's not really anything. It's a redneck kinda Arizona, kinda Mexico, a bit of Colombia in there. I like to make a lot of... I love Utah and I love Arizona. I dislike a lot of the US otherwise, and I like making fun of the US very regularly. This build probably portrays that quite well, because it's partly a parody, I guess. It's both me admiring certain things about the US as well as me very clearly making fun of other things, because I think the US is very questionable. And this is basically the entire start of our build. This is our downtown core and beach area. We do weird things like art galleries and things like that. And this is my very humble and small government office. I do think I deserve to have a proper office, so this is a very small and humble palace, I would say. Other people have called me out and said we should build asphalt roads before we build a palace like this. Then I say that's absolute nonsense. And a few people who have criticized me in the past are not criticizing me anymore. Why they aren't voicing their opinion anymore, I don't know, but they don't anymore. And yes, absolutely. I don't really play City Skylines. I basically play Tropical inside of City Skylines. So yes, you're very much onto something. In many cases, we have actually been listening. In fact, we can do that right now because you said so. We often listen to the Tropical soundtrack over here because both is it beautiful music as well. It's very much fitting to our build. But yes, as you can see, I'm not really true to anything. I kind of build whatever I feel like building. I have weird things happening, like people drawing rocket ships in my fields, which why this is happening, I don't know. Also, thanks a lot for the follow. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the build. Is a bit of a weird one, as I said. And welcome in, Sunny. How's it going, princess? Look, Sunny, we started and finally turned this favela a bit more into a detailed build. We're starting to slowly detail out things. That's nice. I like it. And without wanting to ask too much about it, because not sure how comfortable as a topic it is for you, but how is she taking the bad news from your side? Wife is loving and supporting with everything, I hope. Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly again is gonna be a long way ahead of us finishing this build. But I'm very proud because all of these areas that are finished now have really like we have super many of those small passes through it that lead into small plazas like this that we can detail out later. It's a lot of these, like here, we have passes through here, with these staircases going through the middle, more staircase here. It's been tedious to say the least. So this is probably one of my more tedious and annoying builds I've done. But by now I think it starts paying off, especially in certain angles. This does look beautiful. I like that. Honestly, as somebody who has a very cute partner myself, always makes me happy to see when people have supportive and generous and kind people in their life looking out for them. So I'm glad to hear. Take good care of her and don't let her disappear. And I know you've been busy lately, Sunny, but have you seen that the cactus is finally out? The cactus has finally made it onto PDX mods. So no more wishing for a cactus. We absolutely have a cactus now. Congrats. I like it. Again, I wish this to everybody, but yeah, congratulations, man. That's amazing. I've always been a bit jealous of people who are high school sweethearts, because if you can manage that, I think it's very difficult. But if you manage to find somebody that early and then actually keep going strong for a long time, that is very admirable. Actually, the data Knase, you make a good point. What is the next thing we're gonna be asking about? A while ago, I would have said probably cars, but all of these CS2 cars we've been getting, I think we were still wishing for vegetation. We're probably not wishing for cactus anymore, even though yes, we want more different kind of cactus. I think what I want the most is dry grass, a replacement for. Yes, I know we have this grass and it's nice. I like this grass, but the grass I still use the most is this sunken bush. I wish I'd have a proper dry grass for this build. So maybe we're wishing for a grass in future, which I'm absolutely not a stoner. How dare anybody accuse so? But in German, grass and grass are the same. So for Germans, this is gonna sound a bit suspicious. Is this the staircase? Are we gonna lower the right thing? Yes, we are. Nice. Yeah, I'm German. My accent is weird. I spent a lot of time as a kid in Italy, so I have a bit of an Italian accent, even though I have nothing to do with Italy besides having friends there and having done a lot of holidays there. And I've been dating a cute Colombian woman for the last few years of my life. And prior to that, I dated a Spaniard. So I guess all of those had some influence on my accent, which I guess no accent is worse than the German one, so I'm not sure it's gotten any worse. But it's a bit of a shame because I used to live in the US for a little as a kid, and I used to have a very flawless, clean US accent, which I have definitely lost that. I don't have a clean accent of anything anymore. But I guess it is what it is. Could be worse. I could be sounding like a typical German potato. So at least it's not that. But yes, I'm indeed German from the very north of Germany. So other Germans keep calling me out for my accent as well, because I guess northern Germans have a fairly specific accent. I guess I don't usually talk German in chat, but otherwise my Astro would probably call me out for my northern accent.
Place an electricity box.
No, god damn it, Elgando. It's not over 50 this time, but I already placed
Place an electricity box.
15 maybe. But as I said, I'm gonna repeat this to you, Elgando. You cannot bully me forever.
Place an
If
electricity
electricity
box.
box spam keeps
Place an
continuing, oh
electricity box.
god, that's 4 ready. I will start
Place
building
an
an
electricity
electricity box
box.
factory.
Place an electricity box.
Ah, no.
Place an electricity box.
Okay,
Place an electricity box.
8. That's 8. Welcome in, Elgando. Also, I dislike you a lot. All of your mods are horrible. Thank you for tuning in. I'm happy to see you, but also please no more electricity boxes. Eight of them. Okay, we can manage that. But I'm quite literally running out of space for electricity boxes. It's so difficult to find places where I can put them, because no matter where in our build we look at, there is electricity boxes not far. I absolutely I'm happy that some people appreciate it. I absolutely despise my accent. One of the reasons why I will never do YouTube videos is that I am dying of cringe the entire time I'm cutting a video. I made a single YouTube video, and the amount of physical pain I had to endure while listening to my own voice was too big to handle. So I don't know. But in all honest truth, I also simply don't have enough time to properly make YouTube videos. But yeah, listening to your own voice, I guess, is not something most people appreciate. Yeah, I started adding them to buildings already as well. I guess if you're not looking for polish, then you're exactly in the right place. I'm a horrible streamer. I don't get half of Twitch, and if you want good content, you need to watch everybody else but me. But I guess that's a unique selling point as well in some form. Interesting to see who in my chat knows each other and where there are like people familiar with each other from other streamers. Because it's Krieger's first time in here. Pocket is here fairly regularly, as regular as it's possible with a person that's barely streaming.
Place an electricity box.
Okay, I was about to say we're down to 5, but we're back up to 6. Also, damn you, Brucey. Okay, back down to 5. We done it. And the next time there is an ad break, I really will have to run to the
Place an
toilet as well,
electricity
because
box.
getting a bit urgent, but I do think next ad break should not be super far away. There is a lot of those people, Pockets. You're absolutely not alone with that. Like, there is quite a lot of people in the cities community that
Place an electricity box.
appreciate. You all be damned.
Place an
I
electricity
wish
box.
horrible things on all of you.
Place an electricity
And
box.
we're back up on 8 by now, I think. Again, I need somebody to keep track of me. Now we're down to 7, I believe. But I usually I say nice words about my viewers because I have a lot of amazing creators and people who inspired me to stream Cities Skylines in my chat. But with behavior like this, I can only say if anybody is following Picana, I can only recommend you to unfollow immediately. Horrible person and human being who stands for evil things and cyberbullying and should absolutely not be supported. On a more serious note, I'm sure everybody loves and knows Picana, but you're doing this to yourself with this cyber electricity box cyberbullying. You leave me no choice, Picana. Okay. I see. I'm also tired. I woke up early today. I think we're at 7. In a benefit, I will give you more than you deserve. So we might be at 6 already, but I'm gonna say we're at 7. Now we're at 6. And pockets, I say this a lot on my stream, so for part of you, this is gonna be a boring story, but maybe not for everybody. I never liked Cities 1. I liked watching Cities 1. I did like Cities 1 videos. I despise playing the game. I thought it's not fun at all. I never got hooked on it. Give CS2 a chance. I don't know why for me it hit so different, but I can only tell you that CS2 for me is a lot better of a game. Then I have some very big Cities 1 fans in my chat regularly that will absolutely disagree with me and say they think CS1 is still the better game. I never agreed. I never liked Cities 1. I liked watching it again, but I absolutely did not like playing it. Yes, Picana again, one of the big people. I'm very blessed. While I'm a very small streamer and not many people watch me, I have a very cool selection of viewers without being too braggy. There is a lot of very nice and big creators who gotten me into playing the game originally, and now some of them are watching my shitty content, which big honor. Yeah, if you would have told me a year ago that Picana will be watching me on Twitch, I would have told you, what the heck, I will never stream on Twitch. So appreciate it. So I hear from that, if you say original Krieger, ignore me being uneducated about it. As I was not big into CS1, are you a known big CS1 creator? Or are you just a long-term viewer? No, Sunny, it's nonsense. It's an honor to have all of you cuties in my chat, not the other way around. Okay, but you have made cities content yourself. Okay, I'm learning. Again, don't take this as me being disrespectful or anything about CS1. I'm just still pretty new to city builders in general. And I had 30 hours in CS1 when it came out and then have not touched it for years. And then roughly 1.5 years ago, gotten into CS2. So now I'm a big fan and I know most things in recent times about cities, but everything from the very early days of cities is mostly unknown to me. No, you better absolutely self-promote. Like, for me, it's the opposite. I always feel awkward that I know so little about history. If you are into Discord, feel free to join my Discord and self-promote and mainly post some screenshots. Because while I basically am playing only CS2 and I think my community is mainly CS2, I am absolutely loving any kind of cute build, no matter if it's CS1 or CS2. And let me catch up on chat real quick. Oh, I missed that. Sorry, Picana. Probably I'm too late and you're already gone. But thank you so much for tuning in as always, and wish you a nice evening. Wow. I don't know how I can change that. How do I do that, Graham? Or wait, I can just, hold on. Can I do that in here? I think you're a moderator in my channel now, Graham. Which, down to you, I always bully my moderators. So you have just made sure you will get bullied more in future, but now you can do whatever you want, because now you're a moderator. And I'm horrible at shout outs, and welcome in. Nice to see you, Emerald. But yes, I'm horrible with shout outs and bad in all of those Twitch things in general. So I always appreciate moderators who pay attention for me to those kind of things. I do think as well that CS2, especially in recent months, has been doing great development. And I think, if I didn't miscount, I made it through all of the electricity box redeems, so back to actually playing the game. If I've forgotten one, gladly complain about it. And never thank me for shout out. You should thank my moderators who shout out. I barely shout out anybody. Not because I don't like to shout out people. I do so a lot vocally while talking, but I'm always bad at putting Twitch commands, especially while streaming. Don't know, I don't think about it. Get too overwhelmed. But now I have an amazing moderator called Grey Noise, so I'm sure Grey Noise can shout out stuff for me. And sometimes I'm a bit better at it, but generally it's not too well. And as there's an ad break coming soon, and I have not had a break this stream yet, I'm gonna do something that is maybe interesting for Krieger, as you are in here the very first time. There is a Los Vagos exclusive that does not exist for anybody else, because I made this and I never released it. We like to take UFO rides in Los Vagos, because our city is a bit different than most cities. So we have weird things happening in this city. One of the things happening in this city is that we have UFOs flying around. So I'm gonna run to the toilet and get a few steps in and drink something real quick while I hope you guys enjoy your UFO ride. And I should be back with you cuties in 3 to 5 minutes or something. So see you guys soon and enjoy the flyover of our, in some parts cute, in other parts very horrible build. But I'll be back with you guys soon. Bye bye. I came back right in time. I hope to still say goodbye, Pockets. Maybe I miss you and been too slow. Maybe I was in time. But thanks for tuning in and have a nice rest of your day. I'm not sure where you're from the US, right? Then they should be fine. I'm not sure with all of my viewers who's from where, so forgive me if I put you into the wrong time zone, but saying you need to bring somebody to school seems like it's morning. And bye bye. Have a nice day. And yes, sadly, with the UFO, I'm gonna have to admit, oh, we can take the other UFO for a moment, because this is actually the boring of the two UFOs. The other UFO does a lot cooler things, because this is an ambulance. So it does pick up stuff. Oh, a kiwi. Okay, actually, I was wondering because in the US it shouldn't be that early anymore either. But yes, that makes perfect sense. Then I wish you a good morning, I guess, and have a nice day. But yes, this UFO I think is the way more exciting one because this actually does things. The other one is a police helicopter, so it basically just patrols over our city, which is very nice for getting in some downtime while I take a break real quick or something. This UFO, meanwhile, mainly just sits around at the base, but when it does something, it's a lot cooler because this is an ambulance, and at least if somebody is sick in the open, we will actually pick up a person. If it's in a house, it's not that cool. We will find out in a moment which of the cases it is. But yes, we're thinking down. I should have put nighttime, because in nighttime, he actually puts on a spotlight over the person and puts a spotlight on, and then we pick up again. So, I like it. It was open, but the person did not get beamed up, or I do think probably it was a house then for that reason. Sadly, I cannot adjust much about it. It's basically just a default ambulance helicopter behavior. I wish we'd have a bit more influence on how they fly and what they do, but not that much we can do about it. And you can never lose, Sunny. You always are the winner of the hearts, of course. So impossible. Also, I should very desperately save because I don't think I have yet saved since I started streaming, which is over 2 hours ago. So if I would have crashed, I would have been very salty. So now we saved. Now no more need to be salty, even if we're crashing. And one of the things I can never get too sure about is these smoke particles. We don't have any smaller smoke particle than this, right? Because I would love to have some smaller barbecue ones, but I don't want so many of these big ones. In general, I think one of the things we're severely lacking in cities so far is particles for any kind of different things. But I do think we only have that, which mm, I'm not loving up here. Yeah, great. If you've not seen, our favela is taking shape. It's not really detailed yet, beside a few small areas. The shape of it is pretty much done. We're missing this small corner here next to this staircase. So we have to finish this last area, roughly where I'm moving my mouse. I don't want to go up all the way and then bring it down to this side. And outside of that, the entire shape of it is done. Detailing is still very much not done, and what we'll spend a lot of time on. We started detailing a few areas like this or going up here now. But yeah, the majority of it is done. And I have to admit, I'm not even sure. You mean in a specialized industry? Nah, look who it is. I cannot believe it. Michael being in here after giving us an honor visit from a superstar himself the last time. Nice to see you again, cutie. And hope you're doing fine and are having a nice evening. Yeah, you said so. Which I was hoping you would be, but who knows? Life obviously always comes first. But nice to see you, sir. Generic industry, so not a specialized industry. I actually don't think I've ever seen it. I want to try it real quick if it's in the specialized industry. It's in the forestry. I mean, yeah, we don't have the resource here, I know, but I just want to see the animation. What sawdust are we speaking of? I guess not in these. In a normal industrial zones. This is gonna be a first for us. I don't think I have ever zoned in Los Vagos. Is this a default zone? I guess so. It's gonna be the first time ever we're zoning in Los Vagos. Please don't clip this. We don't need any proof of this for the future. You can call me however you want, cutie. I have never redecided or never decided not to be booty anymore. That has been purely Twitch. See, the one of the things I can you guys can tell that I never zone. I have never. Is this always been the case? Did we always have this? That this moves, or is this new? Is a hanging thing? I have never noticed this. That's actually pretty cool. I have to admit, I'm positively surprised by this. Huh. Yeah, I mean, as you guys know, I'm not a big fan of zoning, so I don't ever get to see this usually. I'm just trying to find. We're gonna remove this right away. I'm literally just trying to find the animation that Sunny was talking about. Because Sunny said there should be a sawdust animation, and I want to see it because we should be able to extract it. Yeah, I knew it. I deserve all disgust I'm getting. Yes, I have turned into a zoner, Michael. It's true. We're from now on, we're only gonna zone on this channel. Plopping has been yesterday. So forestry specifically, none of this. If we zoned all of this to not get what we want to see, I'm gonna be salty. Yeah, none of this is forestry. So if this, the first one, I don't see any particles. Yeah, thanks so much. Hope to see you again soon. And if you feel like it, please post some of your builds in my Discord. I always like knowing what kind of builds people enjoy and build to catch up on it. But yeah, none of this has any animation, sadly, Sunny. If you notice it in your own build, please take a video of it and bookmark it. How do I, how does one unzone? How can I remove this? Okay, I guess I do have to unzone, but this is only zoning. Guys, how do we get this away? Ah! I did it. Okay, okay. Right mouse click. I'm a professional zoner now. Nothing can stop me. Guys, nothing happened here. We're gonna forget about the last 5 minutes of this stream. Nobody ever zoned. Los Vagos is zone free. Nothing has happened. We ignore what happened there. It was an accident, guys. I slipped on the keyboard and the mouse and accidentally touched the zone menu. That was the I did not do that. That was my roommate who took over my computer and just did these things. That clip that Sunny just posted, clearly fabricated. You guys know we're in AI times. Clearly that is AI generated and has never happened. I expected better of you, Sunny, than make bad AI fakes of something that never happened on my channel. This is all fabricated nonsense. Very clearly so. Can we manage to lay these people down on this? There is no building inspectors. In Los Vagos, building inspectors go right to jail. Because if there is one thing I'm certain of in my city is that I'm not gonna pass any safety regulation. So as a major, I made sure there is no safety regulations in Los Vagos. If people want to fall off their roof, then so be it. They're welcome to fall off the roof if that's how they want to live their life. Who am I to tell that they need to act safely? Obviously, that's not something I should be able to decide. So I give people the freedom to do whatever they want. But yes, I guess safe is different. And I really want to see that animation that Sunny has been talking about, because the only proper smoke animation I know that we have are all of these. Are they even called? Forgive me, it's getting late here, and I don't English properly. The chimneys and the small ones, but I think this is gonna be way too much already. Maybe if we move it below ground quite deep, so only a very top of the smoke is coming out. I'm using modern UI. I actually changed this yesterday, funnily, cause you were talking with Elgendo about it. And at the start, the AI or the normal UI, the non-legacy UI, had some problems for people with many mods to display stuff correctly. So I kept using the legacy UI, and then yesterday when I seen you and Elgando talk about it, I decided that I should have a look if they fix it, and they did fix it. So I'm playing with non-legacy. I also have that more. I have to say my game performance is gotten a lot better, but recently I somewhat regularly crash while opening my game when loading into the game, like before main menu. It loads everything, and then I think on initializing the UI, because the game and its UI are fairly crashy and problematic. Maybe I'm pointing fingers at the wrong thing, but without knowing much more about it, it feels like it's the UI loading in. And yeah, every like fifth or sixth load lately, I am greeted by my desktop, which in the past not been the case. One of the reasons that I actually appreciate about the new UI is that I can scale the bar smaller. I have scaled this as small as possible. If you go into your interface, you have that toolbar scaling, which sadly only allows you to go to 80%, but that already is nice. The more screen estate I can have, the better, in my opinion. So yeah, it's funny that you're asking this, because quite literally, you and Elgando are the reason that I'm now on the modern UI, because you guys were talking about it, and I wasn't, and I decided, oh, should give it another try. Yeah, it's funny you say this, because as somebody who does design things for work, I hate it. Legacy UI is such a horrible setup. It will making any mod and UI development and any future UI changes 10 times more of a headache, because you always have to make sure to support both things. So I don't know why they decided to do so, but it's not a good decision, at least in my mind. I don't think legacy UI ever is good for anything. I mean, I don't. For me, it's not even about judging which one is better or worse. I just think any kind of legacy system is not something you do yourself a favor with while developing a game. I do think that will totally bite you in the booty in the long term. So not not a good decision. No, I'm not using photo mode. I know what question you're gonna ask, and the person who has done this amazing thing is in my chat right now. You wanna know why I don't have the ugly blue overlay? Is that correct? I'm waiting for Data Knas to answer. I knew it. What you wanna download is this mod. Well, actually, I think you actually, yeah, I was gonna say, I cannot point over here because this is not the actual mod name, but yes, it's Hover Colors and it's by Honu, who for some reason on Twitch is called Kisu. and always confuses me with that. But yes, Hanu made hover color, and it allows you to go in here, and this is the behavior that you have. So this is the awful visuals that we had to suffer through for years. And now you can obviously also set these yourself. I really like the preset number 2 here. So I just click on the number 2 and it looks like this, and I love it. Yeah, I'm a worm. You said so in my Discord. So I know, but then for people who don't know, I guess it's weird without context. But your mod, obviously, you're absolutely allowed to add whoever you want in there. Yeah, I actually have to admit I've not looked at that yet because I have not really played much lately. So that is not just something that I'll show to people, but also something I wanna look at myself. We will do that in a moment if I manage to place this person correctly. I did it, at least kinda. Okay, hold on. You need to guide me because I've not done this yet. I'm gonna take any surface. I'm gonna take a Gaga surface because we're big fans of Gaga on this channel. So this already looks way nicer. I'm a big fan. And now what you want me to do to compare is I'm gonna turn the tooltips on so I learn myself. This is district. This is okay, actually that's and it's only I love this. It's only for the already drawn ones. I thought but see when you and Gaga were talking about it, I was a bit concerned because I figured then it also does not show the outline why you do so. Yeah, I know that then it's especially good. I know. Like I use so many surfaces, I don't even need to try out what you're gonna tell me to see the difference. This is a very nice game changer. And also especially makes sense that Gaga has been wishing for it, because you don't usually layer these surfaces or many surfaces, but you absolutely will layer Gaga surfaces. So yeah, it's funny that he obviously also is the one asking for it, because yeah, his surfaces will benefit the most of it. Oh, well, too late. I know how it looks. I don't. I'm very well aware. Anybody else has to try this themselves. And I'm not sure. I might have unbound your hotkeys because I have some custom hotkeys. So I that's what you mean. Then I'll see if I am. Yeah, no, I click L right now and it's not opening my Oh, it's for that. Okay, now I understand. It's not but yeah. I thought it's the shortcut to open the panel, but you mean it's the shortcut to toggle this. Let's try this out right away. I see, I love it. That's great. Super nice. Age is panel. Okay, seems like I have kept the default shortcuts for this. But yes, super nice mod. Wholeheartedly. Like this, I've been recommending this regularly today because I do think it's an absolute game changer mod. 10 out of 10. Together with this, that's the last Honu mod, which is City Watchdog. I actually want to play a little because I need to stop streaming sometime soon, so I'm not gonna go over City Watchdog. But City Watchdog allows you to hide notifications, which also is super nice. Like, especially if you don't want to deal with something or you have a lot of unconnected roads or rails or dead ends or something. Super nice to have that. And especially if since I have both mods in combination, my screen looks a lot cleaner. So I understand why you said, are you in photo mode still? The only thing we can't currently hide, and I guess it's not something that Honu will do, but maybe Konzi can fix in future, because there is a mod called Road Name Remover. I do want my districts and road names to be visible. I would love to have a hotkey to toggle these on and off. And I did ask Konzi about it. I don't. He already said he's not going to do it anytime soon, but eventually he will probably do so. Because then you can fully have the photo mode feeling. That would be exactly what I want as well. But this is better than photo mode, right? Because in photo mode you get no outlines, and without any outlines, you would actually feel a bit blind, I think. But then with Honu's mod, you get this very light outline, which still perfectly gives you the info you need without it being so obnoxious. So really, really nice. Highly recommend. And thanks for tuning in, and have a nice walk with your doggos. I'm not sure if I'm still gonna be streaming when you're back, as it's quite late in Germany already. But maybe see you later, or maybe see you some other time. And again, have a nice night and enjoy the walk with your doggos. I think, honestly, Honu, I don't think you need to show anything. I think your mod is so well made, especially with the tooltips and everything, that I don't think it really needs introduction. Everything is very much self-explaining. So, and I do think you wholeheartedly did a great job on the preset. So I think everything people need to do is go in and press the number 2. And if they don't, then I'm sure people can figure out how to change it. Because again, I do think you're doing a very solid job at tool tipping things correctly. So I don't think there is much explanation necessary. I hate these. I'm always annoyed by it. Some of my favorite props, they don't show in the normal vanilla UI, and you have to go in to find it for them to show. Why that's so different, especially for vanilla things, I don't understand. Makes no sense to me. Oh, what is your game doing? Oh, you're still crashing. Because hold on, then I misunderstood you earlier. I thought you just crash and it can happen, and then you restart and you're fine. But you're constantly crashing, loading into the game. Because then I said I have the same problem. I absolutely not have that problem. For me, every once in a while I crash while loading the game, but generally I'm doing perfectly fine. I guess this area is gonna be a bit tricky. I do think we probably should go in here and staircase this out. Because we definitely need a staircase here. This is gonna be too steep otherwise. And I cannot probably detail this if I don't know where exactly what is running. Oh, yeah, actually, then never mind, because I said I have the same problem. I absolutely take that back. I don't have that problem at all. I do crash every once in a while when I load the game, and I haven't in the past, so I do think loading is less consistent for me since the last update. But again, happens like every 6th or 7th load or something, so nowhere near as troublesome as what you're dealing with. And as always, this is going to be very finicky, and we'll probably have to redo this multiple times to find right angles and terraform. And because, for example, this I am not liking. I guess we want to angle this way and actually go a bit deeper. I don't like the overlap here at all. Maybe we need to close this off. But I do think that position is a lot better otherwise, so we're gonna carefully go in and terraform this back. Okay, and now we need these. And again, it's gonna take a while to get this cleanly, but I'm just gonna throw these down non-cleanly at first, and then we can do the cleanup work afterwards. We have a lot of stairs. Hold on, Michael. They are just hidden well, but I'm gonna give you a bit of an overview of what we have. We have this staircase, which goes up here. See, they are so tiny. That's actually wait. I think if we go in this and we turn off camera collision, then that should be a bit easier. But yes, we have this staircase up here that even goes below stuff, and then you come out here. It's difficult to go through here. And this, okay, then you know this. This is the entrance to Gaga's super evil tower. Then we have this staircase going up here with a few branches that goes up all the way up here and then through here and connects to the soccer court and this area. So we have this, and then you can go down here again. And we have some smaller. This one we need to fix up because we changed the terrain here a bit. But we have some smaller staircases getting back these weird entrance corners here. This I definitely have to clean up. But we have small ones like this to just get up single levels, and we have a few bigger ones. This one is a last really proper bigger staircase that I need to build out. But I decided that today I want to detail a bit and not spend hours positioning buildings in the correct angles. So it's not staircases everywhere, but I've been trying to get quite a few of them in. And then even the stair gap. Here we have another staircase which splits, and then we have one going back here to this inner yard. And then you can continue up straight and you get to this, which I guess a skate park in a favela like this on top of the hill is not really realistic, but do we care about realism over here? Not really. We care about pretending to be realistic and it looking realistic. And then as soon as you look a bit closer and pay attention to what is happening, it's clearly not realistic anymore. And I don't like the smoke. I really want to see the particle effect that Sunny was talking about earlier, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out because I don't like it. And thanks, Michael. Surprisingly, even without you, some of the builds I've done have been okay. But I'm happy you're back because nobody has been better at calling me out when I'm slacking and not detailing enough than you in the past. So you're having a good influence on the quality of my builds because you would, as soon as I don't detail properly, you will complain in chat and tell me that I need to stop being a lazy bitch. And you generally are correct when you call me out for it, so it's appreciated. I'm not kidding. I always told you I appreciate it, and I didn't mean it. I wholeheartedly appreciate it. Okay, so how many do we need here? I guess we don't have to go all the way to the corner. I think with one here we're actually probably fine. Well, I'm the one who has to thank Michael. So thank you. Now here we probably need to terraform again, but I want to catch this level before I do. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to build a single step over here. We're going to go in with these. Well, even generous to call this a step. It's just a very small hop. I'm going to have to put these a bit higher, else it's difficult to get this correct. Yeah, this is the horror in this entire build. Is going to be so much close and on top of each other that in the end everything is going to be very difficult to get moved into position. Here, for example, I already. Why is that not? Where is this one? Ah, okay. How am I not catching this one here? It should be right there, no? I hate this. I really, this is the worst. I have this problem a lot as well, because I always have so much things on top of each other. There is a solution that we can use to work around this, and it's use EDT for it instead, but that's going to be more tedious. So preferably, I would like to not have to do that, but I do feel like I have to do that here. Just grab it how? You see, oh, there, it was there. I know where it is now. We just seen it. There, I have it. I just grabbed it. Thank you. Yep. Thank you guys for that advice of just grabbing it. Yeah, but then I cannot. I need move it. If I grab it, then what am I gonna do? If I cannot move it, if I'm not inside of move it. You're always welcome to call me out for being silly, because usually I am. But I don't think here I was. I sadly think this is as horrible as I just done it, and I don't think you can do this much better. Here we're gonna trick and cheat a bit and use boulders to cover up that area slightly. Actually, multiple. I don't like the shape of this, so we're gonna put that one fairly deep. This is a lot better. This is flat. That is exactly the kind of boulder we needed here. See, Michael, this is why I miss you, because you always been so kind and friendly and cute with me. Totally not calling me silly and incompetent most of the time, so I needed this. That's exactly why I needed you to be back in here. We can actually put a step there. I was gonna say we're gonna put this to the same level, but I don't hate this. We're gonna add another step here. And now we need a staircase, because this door has perfect access. The next door we need to level 2 is this. So we're gonna take staircases again. And place, I think 2 should be enough up there. Take these 2. Whoops. Ah, I hate when this happens. I need to unbind that. I have the button right next to each other. Oh, we still have them selected. Okay, no problem. I wanted to raise them and I accidentally had the wrong button and opened the asset menu instead. And this is already too high. The level we need is roughly this. And that staircase nearly lines up, so we're gonna go a very little lower, like this. And now if we terraform the ground a bit lower, that should be fitting. Yeah, if you have reconsidered your hate for Discord, Michael, I'm gonna say one thing. My Discord has turned very cute, and there's a lot of motivated people and especially a lot of big asset makers and video creators in there. If you want to get into Discord eventually, feel free to join mine. I think you would enjoy your time there. Are we fine with a single one here already? I will never stop bullying you with Discord. I'm actually low-key proud of what my Discord turned into. I think the best thing about me as a streamer is not my streams, but is my Discord. Which I'm not sure if that is a good thing to feel about your own stream, but it very much is true. I think this is already it. The rest, is this too steep? This actually needs to be a tad lower to get that door correct. I'm gonna terraform first, and then we see maybe we need to put in a second staircase a bit higher. But I think probably by now we can just terraform this. Yeah, fairly sure we can just terraform this. So we're gonna take these. I actually was wondering about this a while ago. Maybe I'm tripping. In the past, this didn't work to smoothen something on a 1% or to use these tools on 1%. When have they changed it? That's such a nice change, as you can just put those very low and make sure that you are not as easily breaking stuff while terraforming. Wow, terrible. You will keep dodging my Discord. I see how it is. My heart is bleeding and I'm gonna cry myself to bed, Michael, and it's all because of you. You're probably gonna be proud and happy about what I just said, so maybe I need to voice this different. Okay, actually, I think we're perfectly fine here without staircases. Like, for the rest, the question is, do we maybe need one here? And the answer is probably yes. Because this is very steep. This door we need to have. This is ladder. I would like to hide this though. Yeah, we're gonna staircase here. So same old. 1 and 2, because I do think we need 2 up there. We will even need more than just 2. I think this looks okay. I don't like this. I want this gone. I mean, we can use a boulder to hide it, maybe, but we can also go a bit further to the front. We can't manage to hide this because I don't want to go further and touch in front here or this door. So we're gonna boulder this up. That's fine too. And then we want a platform here and then continue with the second staircase. So first thing first, we're gonna take 2 more staircases. One day, I promise you guys, one day we will actually finish this build. It's gonna take us a moment till there, but eventually we will finish. And that already looks correct. We have to angle a bit different so we're not cutting into that lower one. That actually is not nice. Damn it. Then I guess we should angle this one different actually. And maybe get it continuous. I don't want to poke out there. I don't like that. Maybe we have to move these further back. But yeah, no, I guess we actually want to do this and angle twice. We will never be done, Michael. I was thinking that earlier when Krieger said that he stopped playing Cities as much because he broke his build. As much as I love Los Vagos, sometimes I wish the build would break. Because I don't think I will ever move on to a different build before we finish Los Vagos. And when I say before we finish, you guys all know that we will never finish Los Vagos. So unless the build dies, we will probably play this same desert hellscape forever. So maybe if it eventually dies, it's not the worst thing to happen to us. I will be very upset if it breaks, but I guess it's positive in some way. I know that, especially lately, I had more people ask me if I cannot imagine playing a grass build as well. And I absolutely can, but I cannot imagine building 2 builds at the same time. With how slow I am, I don't think that makes any sense. And I am not prepared to move on from Los Vagos yet. Come on. We need more than just 2 here, do we? Yeah, we need multiple more. We need 1 moved into that wall, and then we need 1 to finish this. I mean, eventually it will happen. I'm very surprised, Cody, that we have not reached that point multiple times already. I was prepared for our build to break a few times in the past, especially when the editor launched. I was already working on a map that we can play on after Los Vagos, because I was certain about it dying, but then the editor came out and our build was perfectly fine. So, I don't know, by now I'm fairly cocky about it maybe surviving forever. Probably not, but maybe. Can we terraform this to fit over? And it doesn't even need to terraform. A single step there is perfectly fine. And that looks a lot better. I actually do think this looks really nice from the bottom. And here, I think the levels are all fine for the doors. Like this is fine. All of these are perfect to access. Yeah, that works. The one thing we still want to do here, because we are so far by now that we actually need to start cleaning of things, and I thought we're bouldering this up, but I do think bouldering is kinda ugly and lazy there. We're gonna do something more tedious, but that's gonna look better. Why did we not pick it? Thank you. I don't believe in the jinx. I know that's brave to say. I don't believe in the jinx. Maybe I will in future, and I'm gonna cry about it. But I don't think that's a thing. So I'm gonna be brave and keep jinxing. This is the one. This is the one. I guess from this side it's the correct color. Because what we're trying to do here is to build some kind of plateau that we can let run over that side. Something like this. And we probably will need at least a few more pieces on some sides, but let's see. We need to be below the terrace to actually make sense. And then I guess, yeah, we need to something to close off this side appropriately. And then we can actually make this quite a bit smaller, something like this. And here we sadly have this decal, so I can never pick stuff here. Oh, and we have a, I see something I don't like. Oh, why are we moving that one still? You out. Oh, that's why we, come on. Well, I guess we don't need to take that out. We can just select these two again, but I don't like that there's a gap. There we go. So far, I don't think I managed to jinx while on stream. I think I jinxed myself while off stream before. I remember that a while ago I messaged Elgando and I messaged him in the words of, oh, I think finally my game is stable again. And then I crashed about 5 minutes later. So I might have been too brave in that instant. But today I feel confident in not being able to jinx anything. There is another ad break coming in a moment. So I think I'm gonna send you guys on another UFO ride as soon as we finish this part, and then I'm gonna run to the toilet real quick again, and after that we're gonna detail for a little more, and then I will have to get ready for bed as well. This build is gonna last forever without question. I have told everybody that the moment I started this build because I knew what I was diving into. So yes, absolutely, this will take forever, and I'm totally prepared for it to do so. That's what I meant. I think this looks a lot better. That's sadly something we will have to do in a lot of corners, and probably I should find a better way than what we did here. Because that is definitely not the quickest way on how to deal with it, but otherwise I'm quite happy. Where did we have that giant? Oh, here. This is so invisible from the top, but yeah, we have a gigantic gap here that we need to desperately fix up. But as the ad break is starting in a minute, I'm gonna go ahead and sit you guys in the UFO. If you ever want to go back to road trips or something, please say so. But I do think the UFO rides are actually very nice because you get a good overview of our build from the top while I'm away. And especially for somebody like Michael, I guess this actually is somewhat interesting because there's a lot here that I guess you have never seen yet. Sadly, I say that and we'll fly over the single little part of Los Vagos in this side here that is not yet finished up, but everything else is finished up. All right, Gaga, then have an absolutely wonderful good night. And
Bye, have a
everybody
great
who's
time.
here, I'm sure, has done so already. But if not, there is a cactus on PDX mod, and it's the best and only cactus we have right now by Gaga, the mastermind himself. So if you have a build you can use a cactus in, have a look on PDX mod and you will find an amazing one. Your cactus, of course. And with that, Gaga, have an absolute wonderful good night, and I'll be back after the ad break. See you soon, cuties. Alright, I'm back. And now we're building all the way at the end of Los Vagos, back there in the horizon. I have to admit, eventually we will have to jump back over here as well, because this part is so close to looking somewhat finished and appropriate. But there is quite a few open lots towards the end that I ignored and jumped to the other side of the build for some reason. And eventually I would like that area to also start taking shape. But yeah, wholeheartedly, this area, I think I want to build this out, probably. I don't know about the city yet, ignore all of this. I want a town to be here, but not the way it is. But the site, this side of the rails, I think is starting to look pretty appropriate. Again, this city, I'm not entirely sure how well we can get that in. And I'm also hoping that maybe there's a few more residential assets dropping before we finish this up, because I'm missing nice houses for there. And I'm sure most of you guys are aware of Joe, who has been making amazing assets. For example, these cute houses here are Joe's houses. And he has been working on a few more residential houses that would absolutely fabulously fit our build. So I hope before we touch that town over there, he is done with those assets, because I would absolutely love to use them there as well. I'm wondering if here, I guess, a second rooftop party is a bit too much, though it's kinda screaming for that. And also Michael, because I think now usually my streams get slower the later it is for EU and everybody is heading to bed. And the last time you tuned in was a bit chaotic and full. So this time I feel better asking about it. Your little one and your wife all doing great, I hope. Your little one probably is not even that little anymore by now. Ah, look who it is. Welcome in, Triton. Nice to see you, mate. You're the mastermind who made half of this build possible. Appreciated for that follow, and nice to see you in here. For anybody unaware, Triton is a mastermind who made most of the extra mods, and in specific, extra assets importer and extra detailing tools, which both would be absolutely impossible to build this build with. So we can never be thankful enough for Triton in this build over here. I hope we're doing you justice. This is not yet really detailed, so need to do more over here. But yeah, appreciate it and nice to see you on Twitch. And are you watching the major? Because I have seen today, I have not watched anything yet, because I think the earlier stages are probably gonna be fairly boring. But knowing you a CS fanboy yourself, I'm sure you're looking forward to the major. And if I say CS fanboy, I for once don't mean Cities Skylines in this context, which I know weird if it's the only game I usually talk about, but there is another good. Yeah, I figured you watch a lot more CS than I do nowadays. In the past, I probably could have rivaled you, but nowadays, not that much anymore. But yes, I had a feeling that you're probably gonna be watching the major, so not surprised about that. anything interesting that happened today in the games. And yeah, I'm glad. Obviously, not that easy to catch my streams, as I don't stream very often, especially lately, but nice to see you here. And maybe, who knows, I think I need to ask her, but I think my miss is busy tomorrow. And if she is, I think I might actually stream twice in a row. But I'm not certain. I'll have to find out. But yes, maybe I'll stream again tomorrow. And I have to admit, I've not tried those yet, but Triton has been working on some very interesting part. Because there is a lot of things that are not that easy to move, and Triton has been working on a mod that is able, or an update to EDT, I guess, probably, where you're gonna land with it eventually, that gives gizmos to things. So in future, we won't have to use all of this anymore unless we want to, but we'll be able to actually use the gizmos that I guess we're kind of seeing here and move over those. It looks really promising. I'm wholeheartedly excited to see where you're getting with it. But I have to admit, I'm not brave enough to load any of those things in Los Vagos, as this build is nearly 1.5 years old now, and by now I want to do everything I can to keep it alive as long as possible. So no more beta mods in Los Vagos. And as most people in my chat don't care much about CS, I don't want to derail too much, but I'm curious. Who is that top three in your pick'ems? Obviously, you're putting Vitality on one, both because they're like Bayern Munich of CS nowadays, as well as you're a Frenchie, or not Frenchie, I always think Frenchie, but you're Belgian actually, aren't you? But I'm sure Vitality is your number one. Who is number two and three? Or I guess in the pick'ems you don't. I have never done a pick'em. I have many friends of mine who done so in the past, but you don't even guess for the finals yet, right? You only guess for the group stage. I would love that. Because, yes, I would love to use that and try around with it. But then when you shared it, you said that it's experimental. So you would not want us to use it in important saves. So I decided I won't try it. But yes, if you have a safe version of things where you are sure that they won't break anything, then I would love that because whatever I've seen looks amazing. And I know that both Gaga as well as Elgendo have been a bit more brave than me and tested the alpha versions, and they looked very promising. And I think Gaga and Elgendo both were in awe of what they've seen. Yeah, okay. So you're not guessing till the finals yet. How can we make this more interesting? I guess mainly through using more of these roof areas as well and not having everybody just on the ground level. Yeah, I know. It's just because you said that you have all kinda experimental things in there that you don't wanna like remove for the testing. And I mean, it's great if you tell people it's an experimental build. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, if you have a safe version, I would absolutely love that. And while you're here, all right,
Bye. Have a
Maestro.
great
Sorry, I
night.
didn't check. Wait, hold on. Before you're leaving, also have a great night. But before you're leaving, I want to see if we had success with what we tried with RV. Yes! Look, Maestro, this is exactly what I wanted. Is literally perfect. So we do get a moment of truth for the end. I wish you an absolutely wonderful good night. And now I'm very happy because apparently we did it the correct way. And this looks beautiful. I didn't like it before with only always engine on engine. I think this looks a lot better than what I had. And I still owe you screenshots, to be honest. I actually before stream today I was thinking about it and I should have done that with you today, but then I kind of forgot about it. Again, maybe I'll stream again tomorrow, hopefully some other time this week otherwise. I have not forgotten about it. You will get screenshots if you still need any. If you don't, then that's perfectly fine too. But as always, have an absolutely wonderful night and thanks for tuning in. Is that actually the original version of it with a like 2x4 combination? What do you mean still, Riza? I didn't. It's like 3 hours, I think. I usually stream like 2 to 3 hours, so I guess kinda long stream for me, but not super long. But yes, welcome back. And Triton, while you're here, I stopped saying that because Maestro was saying goodnight. I know that you're aware of this problem, but my two biggest problems right now with the game is one where I hope that you might be able to have direct impact on it. And it's the thing I struggle the most with because nowadays we have a lot of decals that are quite high, right? Like this one, for example. So if I want to take this, for example, and change the angle a little, because obviously this is not fitting to the ground, I cannot do so. The way I do this right now, cause the decal is higher and I cannot touch it, is I move this up in the air, then I click it, because now we're above the decal and I can target it, and then I can adjust the angle, how I think it's fitting, and move it back down. I am very used to doing it this way by now. I despise it. If there is any way for this to not be like it is right now in future anymore, I would love it. I know that you don't really have much impact there, and I guess it's just what the game allows you to target. If I recall correct, you said you have no way of differentiating for decals themselves, but it's really annoying. Again, not your fault, but maybe you're the right address to do something about it. Because yeah, this is obviously fairly tedious. I'm sure you can see even after me just doing this for 2 items. Because yeah, this is the only way I can properly touch those. And it makes everything a lot slower. Yeah, Reza, look as well. We finished your rooftop party. I'm not sure if you've seen the end of it. I think you left in the middle of it. This is what we turned it into. Maybe we're missing some things. You're free to complain about something. Also, something a bit dramatic happened. I mean, there is no railing and people drinking alcohol. I don't know, but yeah, it seems like this gentleman had a bit of an oopsie. I mean, at least he's gonna get a nice welcome and he's gonna get bonked by the chair. If Triton, I'm not. If you can have that as filters, that would be such a game changer because there is so many areas in the game where this is a problem, right? Where I simply cannot target any of the lower things anymore. I don't care if it's in EDT or for vanilla. I just need a way to not have to do this, because currently the only proper way I have is taking moving it above the decal, then doing this. If I can just use EDT to click it here, I would love it. That's literally everything I would wish for. It's my currently biggest annoyance with the game. Yes, mainly for decals. I don't think it's that relevant for yes. The more filters we have, the better. And I agree with Gray that like anything we can get there is welcome. But by far the biggest problem for me is with decals. Like for nothing else, it's as complicated. See, the more people try, the better. I mean, move it is not really the problem, right? One of the reasons why I've never asked Yen about this is that the one thing move it can't do is change angle, right? Move it can turn like this, move it can raise and lower. What move it can't do that EDT can do is this and turn things in different axes, right? And that's exactly what I would need here. So move it itself won't really be able to solve that. But yes, if that would be something you can adjust for vanilla, that would be an absolute game changer. Because I know this is fairly detailer specific, but this is probably the biggest pain point for every detailer playing Cities Skylines. So anything that can be done in this regard would be very welcome. Especially so if it's bound to EDT, because EDT is the tool that we use to rotate the most. I mean, this I hope you would. If you have any more questions, please ask about it. But I think this is pretty much the perfect description of the problem, because you in this angle you can see it better. You see how every decal is a 4D box, right? So if you look at the left side here, it's actually a bit harder to see thanks to your amazing mod. Oh yeah, okay. Then I'm gonna repeat this again. What I was showing Triton. The issue that nearly everybody who details a lot has right now is that many of these newer decals are deep, right? You can see it here in the back corner as well. This is the depth of the decal. So it goes above everything, meaning anything that's low in the ground here, I cannot physically touch, right? These tents I can, because they are higher than the decal. So this I can reach. This I cannot touch, because it's lower. So if I want to recolor something, or if I want to angle something, anything, the only way I can do that is I move it up in the air. I then can adjust the angle, adjust the color, whatever I want to do. And then if I only adjusted the color, I can actually go step backwards and move it and put it back to where it was. It's Triton, is the sir in chat right now. Triton is the person who made EDT and extra asset importer, and extra detailing tools. What extra detailing tools is EDT? Triton has made even more different extra tools. I'm not sure which of the extra tools are all yours, to be honest. But yeah, most notably EAA and EDT. I wouldn't even say you're not a detailer. I would go as far as saying you don't even really play the game, Onu. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but it feels like you're probably like a lot of code modders or asset creators. You basically just open the game to test your mods. There is many asset creators who are the same and only open the game to test their assets. But yes, I don't count that as playing the game. So I would say you're not playing the game. You're just testing things in the game. And I do think, while we all love your mods and we're thankful for you modding so much, I do think you should also play the game every once in a while, because I do think some things you will only fully understand if you have to deal with a problem yourself. And if you never play the game, you will never encounter these issues. So maybe you need to take a break of modding for a week sometimes and just enjoy yourself and play the game as well. See, I'm so shit on catching up on chat sometimes. If you have that issue to treat on, then even more so, if you can solve this issue, I can guarantee you that every detailer in the community will be forever thankful for not having to deal with that anymore. Yeah, I know, but for your own understanding of the problems, I do think it's also relevant for you to make the experience your own, right? Like learning from books will never fully replace learning for yourself. So I know you have little time, but just maybe give yourself a nice break. And it's also so you enjoy how fun the game is. So just play a little sometimes and take a break of modding only for a single day or something. Well, you make it like there is a race with anything, right? Whenever I ask Yen or Triton for something with code mods, then I'm fully prepared that will take multiple months or a week or something. Nobody is rushing you, Honu. Nobody is saying you need more time. You can just not debug and test for a week. That's exactly what Yen sometimes is doing, or most other modders. Just take a break and also play the game. Honestly, for me, absolutely does not matter if it's the vanilla tool or not. If it's the vanilla tool, then obviously that would be amazing. But if that's only something possible in EDT, that's absolutely fine too, and for me would not be a problem at all. And here I just seen that we actually need to redo these passes as we put those in before we had as much detail here as we do now. So we're gonna heat all of this out and I connect it more appropriately. Yes, tilt is the important thing, and that's something Move It can't do. EDT is perfect for that. I personally have never seen Move It or EDT as competitors, because I think they strive at very different things. I think Move It is a lot nicer for when you quickly want to align things with each other and quickly want to move things around. I will use Move It any day over EDT. But then for anything where you want to be accurate and you want to have similar values, EDT is unbeatable, not only because it allows you to have more rotation options. This is a big one of it, but also because you can copy and paste positions and rotations or something, right? So if you can easily line up a single item the way you want it and then just copy the coordinates and move it. Actually, I have another. It's so cool because I'm such a big fan of Triton's work that you're in chat here today. I do have another one that I constantly would love to have. Yeah, even and it's really like honestly really well made because you can like here easily adjust how much you wanna change things, and then you scroll here and it does those changes, right? But what I wanted to say, Triton, one of the things that I wish we would have sometimes, because you have copy rotation and you have copy coordinates and you have paste position and paste coordinate if you copied them before, of course. I would love one more button, maybe here, that pastes and copies both. I think technically that should be really easy for you because you're copy and pasting those values and applying them anyway. I guess you would just have to make another, but would be amazing to no that, or maybe it is, but I don't know. I can we rewind time and forget about the last 2 minutes of all of our of all of our experience of the last 2 minutes? I've said nothing. That's already in there. Why have I never noticed that before, Triton? I was gonna say no, that's not in there, or I have never noticed it. It is right there. My bad, Triton. I've said absolutely nothing. Of course, it is right there. I don't have that yet because Triton is working on it. What the gizmo will do, I can explain it to you, but I don't have that in the game right now. What the gizmo allows you to do is the same as in any 3D software, for example. This is the gizmo, right? It's only a gizmo with 2 arrows. The final version would have 3 arrows and a circle for rotation. But it would allow me, and I cannot show this because the gizmo disappears as soon as I hover off of it, but it would allow you to, for example, touch the red gizmo and drag it, right? So you drag it to the right. That will obviously not be as accurate as doing it in values, but especially for quick stuff where you just want to move stuff around and prototype, that is going to be perfect. It's very close to move it. And I don't think it should ever replace the values because I think one of the amazing things about EIA or EDT is the values. They're really powerful. But I would love to have an alternative that allows both. So that's as much as I can show right now because I don't have the version installed. Triton said he's gonna send me a save version of it, so the next time I'm streaming, if you're around, I can show it to you. Yes, basically, that is exactly what it's gonna do. Nope, that's not a thing in dev mode. I think Triton has put a lot of effort into rendering his own gizmos and get his own raycasting into the game for them, as that's not something that the game supports by itself. And welcome in, mate. Nice to see you. No, but I don't even think that there is any gizmos we can access that way in dev mode. But again, I'm not sure. Triton probably is the best to answer all of these questions.
Some Latinos up here.
Are you Latino? I'm learning. I always like to know where people in my chat are from. So, yeah, are you from the Latino faction? I see, like Elgando. I very much like Latinos. I'm also scared of Latinos as I'm dating a cute Latina myself, and I can tell you, as much as I love that woman, sometimes Latinas can be feisty human beings. So I'm both scared as well as in awe. I hate when that happens. I mean, it's Los Vagos. Maybe we can leave him over there. Do we leave this or do we fix this up? I think my girlfriend fell asleep by now. She was watching earlier. So I'm gonna say, yes, you are very kind people, but I totally need to be scared. Now I can say this because she's probably sleeping. Maybe she's gonna complain in chat in a moment about me having said this, but I'm gonna feel confident enough. But yes, of course, you're very friendly people. Don't ever. The biggest mistake you can do in my chat when you're in here is taking me serious. Yeah, see? That the devil himself just appeared and is telling me I need to be scared, so it is scary. You heard nothing, princess, okay? I said nothing. You should be sleeping already. And I'm aware, Nico, because one of my moderators and one of my favorite Cities Skylines creators and players is Elgendo, and Elgendo is also from Argentina, and he's provided me with a lot of very nice inspiration from Argentinian villas, which I find very funny, because villa in Germany is what we call mansions. Like, that's a word we have in German as well. But what we call a villa is this. Maybe you're using it from. Maybe you're using it ironically for that same reason. But yes, for me as a German person, this is a villa. Yeah, if I gray noise, I can agree with you. It indeed is scary stuff. Sometimes my cute miss is been silent so long that I feel like I can say whatever I want, and then I say something, and immediately I have to pay the price and get called out in chat. It's dangerous. So I can very much relate. Yeah, I mean, like mentioned, in German this would be a villa, and what this building is, I cannot 100% tell you because I renamed it, but I see it's from the static ploppable bridges and ports. So it has to be any bridges and ports building. I hope with that you can find it, but I cannot give you any more info than this because I don't see more. I guess I could use. Actually, I lied. See, it's here you go. It's EU commercial waterfront number 1, level 5. Now you can take a screenshot right here. This is what it is. And I think you're right that that's where Elgando is from, but
That's cute.
I'm not 100% sure. So I don't want to say anything wrong. How come? What is she doing in Germany? For work or for holidays? And where in Germany? Oh, yeah, Cologne. That is in the middle of Germany, about like five 5 hours from where I live. So not that close where I am. Is a very ugly town. Cologne, at least. I would say is a very ugly town. But everybody who I know that lives in Cologne lives there very happily. So I guess you don't need to be in a pretty town to live a happy life. Because yeah, everybody who I know that is from Cologne says Cologne is ugly and not a pretty city, but then they all love Cologne and love living there. How that fits together, I don't know. Kerpen, I don't know. I would say Cologne is ugly, yes. But I come from Hamburg, which some German people might push back on this. I'm going to say Hamburg is the prettiest German city there is. So nothing can compare to us. I mean, to be fair, like Cologne has very cute corners as well, right? But then Cologne, as most German cities, has very hardly been bombed, right? Any big German city is been bombed to the ground in the Second World War. And for that reason, many of the big cities have a lot of very cheap and ugly after war architecture. Linda, you never even been in Munich. Why do you think you can decide what the prettiest German city is without ever having even been there? People from Munich like to pretend that they have the prettiest city, but clearly they're wrong and delusional. And Berlin is a very nice city. I like Berlin. I think Berlin is a really great place to do holidays and a less amazing place to permanently live in. So I don't know. I really like Berlin. Please don't misunderstand me here. But Berlin is also very loud, very dirty, very druggy. Maybe if you're into all of that, and I won't judge, but for living there permanently, I would find it a bit too exhausting, I think. I mean, if any kind of joke is always accepted in my channel, then it's that joke. So please don't hold back, Riza. Keep them coming. Yeah, no, you misunderstand me, Nico. I think to see history of World War II is interesting, but what I mean is pretty much exactly the opposite, because was many German cities, including Hamburg, struggle from is that there is no history visible because all of our old cities have been bombed, right? So that leaves us with a bunch of modern architecture, which I don't mind modern architecture, can look very, very nice as well. But many of our cities do lack history and old buildings. I think nowadays it's better because we rebuild a lot of them in a historic preserving way that look like they're original. But yeah, our cities have been bombed to ground so hard that we had to replace everything, and then especially after war, Germany had no money and little resources, so many of the things we rebuilt are very cheap. Nowadays, obviously, that's different, but especially typical after war architecture, I would say, is not very pretty. Linda, I'm not gonna tell my girlfriend to shut up on stream because that would be disrespectful and not something I should say to a woman, but also absolutely shut up because southern Germany, better than northern Germany, is the most delusional thing I've heard in a while. And no, Triton, I wish I would have made these assets. I have nothing to do with these assets. I think they are beautiful. I don't know why they get used so little yet. I talked about this in the past. I think because the asset was having issues when this initially got released. It thrown a bunch of errors and was not working great. But since, I don't know, a month, 1.5 months, these have been fixed up and they are beautiful. It's nowhere near as many as you see here. I think it's like 20 in total, and I just did a fairly solid job at pretending that it's a lot of different ones, even though it's basically 20 different houses here. But yeah, no, not mine. I don't even know the name of the guy without looking. It's made by PDO23, which I think this is the only asset pack he ever uploaded, but it's an amazing one. I mean, that's not a solid thing to know, and that was perfectly flawless and fine. Yeah, what I do a lot here, you can see that as well. Like for example, this, you see half of the house is below ground. I do that a lot with these because there is no small buildings in these. So a lot of it is just being sneaky with them and moving them into positions where they basically seem like they're a different house. But yeah, as you can see, like this, for example, I only use like the small upper corner and there's an entire big building below everything. But it's the only way you can get these to look the way they do. If you plop them down by itself, they are still absolutely beautiful and amazing assets, but they will be nowhere near looking to what we've done here. I hope we get more like this. Like, I really, really hope we get more architecture in the game from areas that are not Europe or the US. Like, specifically, for example, I would love to have more Middle Eastern assets because I think it's a super interesting area to build in as well. And for now, I don't think it's possible to do a very interesting build in those areas. Thanks, mate. Took me a long time and it will keep taking me a long time as I'm nowhere near finishing this with the level of detail we're going for. But I'm having a blast building this out, and I'm actually fairly happy because again, my build is not in Brazil. This is a US built in a majority of it at least, or Mexican built maybe. But I do think it fits kinda well in this context by now. Ignore this side, this is not done yet, but if we look at it like this, I do think it actually works pretty well, even though obviously it's super unrealistic and does not belong in here at all. Yeah, I'm glad. Thanks, Riton. That was very nice. I spent a lot of time on this that is difficult to see if I don't point it out, but you can see I have like many of those like small staircases going in here and then like small terraces in the middle and in some of the staircases. Well, I guess this one doesn't. This one just split here as well, but some of my staircases even have these tunnels going through the buildings. I do think this turned out very cute. There also is a lot of clean up and detailing work to do, but yeah, there is a lot of small holes and passes. This one I need to fix up because I changed the terraforming here. But I actually really tried hard to make the doors accessible and make sure that people have ways to get where they want to be. And I'm gonna keep doing that. It's why you
That's
guys
cute.
will have to suffer through watching this build for a long time still probably. Because this is fairly time intensive, but I'm loving it. I'm having a lot of fun with this. And I have bad news for you, Rezara. Gaga bought the tower over here because I forgot to answer to it earlier. You said you hope that Gaga's gang is not doing any nonsense in this build. Gaga owns this tower and Gaga already bought this mansion up here that I specifically made sure that I put multiple passes up here to Gaga's mansion. So you can get up here. Eventually, we will have to detail up this mansion. But then I get because Gaga is sleeping. It's at least somebody who I can badmouth for a moment. Gaga keeps telling me since week that he's a man from the streets and he live in the favela and he's not an arrogant rich person and he's down to earth. This is where he lives. I don't know why he keeps saying he lives in the favela. I don't think Gaga lives in the favela and is a man of the people. In fact, I'm fairly sure he will build a big fence up here to make sure the peasants don't come into his garden. I don't know how I would do that, Data Knaze, because I cannot rename the. I guess I can rename the pitch. Sure, you can. So why not? I was gonna say I cannot because I cannot name it, but I can name it. So yes, I will allow you to buy the football pitch. Really, anything in this city is for sale. I'm just as corrupt as the actual US is. So we're selling out everything we can. As long as you pay me money for it, then perfectly fine.
I am moving in, boy.
Yeah, the only reason why I bully Gaga as much is cause of Versailles. I'm obviously still 300 years later salty. It's also 100 years, not 300, but I'm still salty about the Versailles contract. So he has to suffer and pay for it. Why are they? I was wondering why they're so low. Why am I taking the sitting ones? What the heck? Because they cannot even see you. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna give you your thingy in a moment. I just wanna make sure to delete those right away, and then we put standing proper ones there. Yes, their Versailles contract is exactly what I mean. Which I'm not gonna say, as Germans absolutely deserved it, but also the franchise has made us pay heavily. Yes, in fact, guys, I'm old. I'm about 150 years old. I know I don't look like it. My girlfriend often pretends that I'm that old, and maybe she's onto something. I have lived during Versailles contracts already. I am still paying, of course. I single-handedly I have to pay for all of the damages. And clearly it's all Gaga's fault. I am German, indeed. There is a lot of undercover Germans playing Cities Skylines. Like if I look just at my Discord, for example, there is a lot of undercover Germans in my Discord. I'm actually just poking fun at history, but then I guess some very bitter German people might actually be salty about it. But I don't think anybody nowadays cares. But for the memes, I can pretend that I care. And I see that there is an. This might be a bit abrupt. There is an ad break coming in 3 minutes, and I should get ready for bed. So either you guys will have to suffer through one more ad break, and I'm gonna play for like another 10, 20 minutes, or I'm gonna have to immediately try to find somebody to raid out to and spare you guys the ad break. Whoever answers first in chat gets to decide. I generally don't like to end streams shortly after an ad break, so usually tend to raid out before. But up to you guys, I don't really mind. It might be a bit too spontaneous because it's coming in 2 minutes 30, and I would still have to find somebody to be able to raid and get a raid out. Maybe I will have to suffer through a single more ad break. There also is a way how to snooze your ads, Gray, right? I never did that and I've never figured how to. Sometimes when I get raided, Twitch automatically snoozes it. Oh, did you just snooze it? It says snooze 3 others. Wait, hold on. I can snooze it. I snooze it for 5 minutes. This is perfect. Then I do have enough time to. Yeah, no. You didn't, but it actually showed right on stream when it says I can't snooze. I did snooze it, so we have enough time to finish off in peace before we hit an ad break. A bit of an abrupt ending, but that way I spare you to have to watch ads another time. I've been yapping a lot today and we did little progress, but we did a little progress. I hope in a few more streams we're finally done with this, and this might be the best build I've ever done. By then, who knows? Not that difficult, as my builds are not that great, so we can manage to get a better one, but I'm starting to really love this, especially in some angles. Like this angle, does this not look amazing? Wholeheartedly a fan of how this is turning out. And with that, I'm gonna let you guys, well, hold on, there is no movement here. I'm gonna give you a more interesting view. Maybe like this. I'm gonna put you guys into this beautiful position so you can have a look while I open Twitch real quick and see who I can rate out to. I would ask Ray Noise if he's gonna stream, but he never streams this early. Do I ever finish something when I say I'm gonna finish it? I don't think so. Are you really surprised that I didn't finish today? If so, I think that's more your problem than mine. Who are we gonna rate? I think we are gonna rate Darm. Yes, we're gonna rate Darm. I'm sure everybody here knows Dar anyways. If not, I'm sure you guys are gonna have a nice time over there. Dar has been building loads of subway stuff lately, so I'm sure you guys are gonna have a nice time over there. And as always, thank you cuties so much for tuning in and spending your time with me. Stop bad mouthing me in chat. This is horrible. I'm flawless, of course. But yes, thank you guys for tuning in and have a nice night and evening. I will maybe be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. Depends on if the miss is busy tomorrow or not. But yes, I wish you a great night and have fun over at the. Bye bye, cuties. Enjoy your time. And I did the same mistake as I always did do. And I say bye first, and then I have to wait 10 seconds before I'm allowed to click the button. So we have awkward silence. Now, bye bye, cuties. Have a nice night.